option. Hello. Hello, Zoe. Hello, Rainer. How's it going? We're starting off a little earlier today. I usually give us a little bit more time between start, but we're gonna get right into it, shall we? We're gonna pop over to the collab screen. You guys, not exactly. It's not exactly ready, but like, hi, everybody. Hello, I'm a zombie for Halloween, and BLT is a little Teletubby. He's a little Teletubby. Hi, everyone. I'm a zombie. BLT is a little Teletubby, so I hope you could get used to me being green for a little bit. I'll be green for a little bit. Let me get the collab screen to be on the right one, and then I will join the call. Hello. Hello, everyone. Yippee. I made myself green. Yeah, did it change? Did it not change? Am I not green? Oh. Wow, it's so sexy. That's interesting. I really do like how they did it before. I'm sad that they changed it. Alright.
Nope, you're still normal. What the heck? Hold on.
Maybe it's me thing. Hold on, let me go look at it.
No, you because in the Fuji website, um, you're great. Oh, there it goes.
Hello, pixels. Alright, I gotta move everybody. We got Scoot. Wife needs more room on the couch.
Yeah, because I'm sexy right now.
Yeah, you're sexy.
Do it.
Do it. Go, Papa.
And then invite guest and wife. Send invite.
Baby. There you go. Gotta go to the thingy.
Have fun accessing the entrance, and you can leave as soon as objectives are completed. Case files are generated, so 2 mazes will get exactly alike, especially if you level up and unlock more maze types to explore. Story mode consists of 6 chapters and several mysteries to unravel by piecing together information from notes, tapes, and other sources of information scattered throughout each chapter. Now ready to dive right in? All right. Huzzah! Let's go.
Wife, can I have the link? It didn't give me like the notification for the invite.
Yeah. I got you, babes.
Thank you. I don't know where to put this. I'm gonna go here.
There you go, my love.
Thank you. Join.
Right.
Wahoo! Alright.
Wahoo! Share chat
Alright.
is on.
I guess I gotta do
everything's all
this
set there.
tutorial. Equipment space in your loadout. Okay. Chat knows me. I'm not gonna read shit. Left pick. Press 1 to cycle in between. So what is this game about? Is this just mazes? Oh my god, it's a pumpkin emote. Tab.
Yeah, you explore mazes with scary monsters in them.
Story chapters, leveling up, casual. We'll do casual.
Boop. 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 Oh, a lot of stuff. Pixels, are you adding stuff to the 7TV emotes? You being a goober?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Also, I don't think I turned the game on. Okay.
I'm assuming yes. Okay.
Why are you green? I'm green because I can be. What the fuck am I doing?
There we go.
I'll be there in 10 seconds.
Okay, sorry.
Oh.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
How do you skip
Welcome
the
back.
tutorial? Oh, there it is. Ooh, this
Can
game is
skip it.
loud.
Yeah, this game's very loud. I still need to like turn down my stuff.
Green. Oh god, I cannot see. I guess that's the point though. I think I could just, oh, okay. Okie dokie, play game. Connecting. Yippee! Does this game have voice, like, VoIP?
Yeah. In audio, it's right under the audio settings.
These comes to be changed to the town's private store. We got nothing.
Turn it up.
Audio.
Turn it up all my brightness so I can see things.
Voice activity. Yeah. I want to customize my character. I have nothing. Can I not be a whammon?
You can.
Yeah, you
There's like
can.
little arrows next to you, like your feet.
Oh.
Let me turn you guys
Sorry
down
to
now.
say, everyone's a little uggo.
Yeah. Hello.
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 Yeah, I turned you all down in Discord.
Okadoka. I guess I'll be the Asian guy. It's fine.
We'll do voice active. I was gonna do push to talk just in case I had to talk to chat, but I'm like, I think I'm fine.
Nah, we okay.
Wait, how do you change your character?
You gotta go click on the tent behind Miu, and then it'll let you change.
Oh.
Oh.
I'll be the emo girl.
I like the UI in this though. It's kind of cool.
Mhm.
Chase, complete a case in the forest, complete a case on the kept hedges, complete a case under 10 minutes. And then that's the store. Okay. I'm gonna load out. I got nothing. I got nothing. Goodness.
Alright. I went ahead and clicked on a case.
Alright, I'm ready. Oh Lord.
Oh, it's dark.
I don't like this one I'm in. It's very dark.
Ooh.
How do I turn you guys up? Audio.
I like that,
voice,
I like that because the mascot on our shirts, it kind of matches like Ghost's like PNG of working for the Pony Express.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
Alright, we came from there, I'm assuming, so we gotta go this
Oh,
way.
okay. Oh, dropping down glow sticks? Why are you pooping out glow sticks? I'm going this way.
You got inventories in your left.
I walked away. I don't want changes in. I cannot see in front. It's like either I can see in front of me or I can't. I found bones! What's my objective? Leave the maze? It's just to leave? I don't like these noises. I'm hearing like a lot of things. Don't be scared, 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 don't be scared. The noises are just here to scare you. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I'm not completing that challenge. No, sir. I ain't completing that challenge. That ain't happening. Help! 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 No! What in tarnation was that? That lady was very scary. Oh, I hear Miyu. I can't see. Look at the sun or the moon as I bleed out the beautiful night sky. Alright. This time, we're gonna follow Shem's back. I think I have glow sticks. I want glow sticks. Shems went this way? I don't know which way they went. Objective updated. Huh? Pull levers. Oh, they have to find levers. Oh, I didn't find a single lever. Oh no. Moon's kind of shining. I feel like I'm hearing a dog bark. Oh, I found more glow sticks. Wait, isn't the... Wait. I'm getting confused. Hi, Kiwi! Hope we're doing good today. Oh, they found the last lever. Very nice. Hope I can find them. I messed up. Hello? We're here. Did you undo the levers? Can you undo them? Hello?
We're on the other side.
On the other side, how?
Whoa.
Oh, hey. Hey.
Hi.
You guys. Hi.
Uh,
I died.
So it's a
happened?
hag, and she doesn't like it when we flash our flashlight in her face.
I've
Oh,
taken a look at
okay.
the
How do you,
objectives,
how
and
do
we're
you,
good to go.
how do we
We
get
can
the
leave?
flashlight? How do we drop the, how, oh wait,
Oh shit,
Wait,
yeah, we can leave. Let's go, guys.
Let's click
You
to
you
drop
have to click
one.
to drop it.
okay. Okay, cool. I'll be the red one.
And that was it? We can leave?
Yeah.
Okay, I cooked dinner, but Buffy inspired me to do some Inktober style flash fictions. Ooh. Yeah, you guys got all the levers. That
Oh,
hag. What's up?
We're hosting an Inktober in my Discord if you want to participate.
I saw. I will do my best to at least do one. I get very overwhelmed by Inktovers. Cause I feel like I
No,
can't keep up.
valid. No, valid. Yeah, no. We're definitely very much, if you could do them, you can do them. I know I'm probably not going to do one for every single day. But just-
I feel like I'm getting lost. Okay, no, we just follow the glow sticks were a smart idea.
Yeah.
We just leave out the way we came.
I think so, yeah. Oh yeah, this is where we were all like playing with the glow sticks.
Bleep, 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 bleep. Oh. Boop, 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 boop.
some reason I thought we had to find a different exit. Guys, I think we have to find a different exit.
Yeah, I think we gotta find a different exit.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think only one person needs to find the exit, so
I don't want to
We're
split
not
up.
splitting up. When we split up, wife died.
Yeah, I died, Chems. Why do you want me to die again?
Chems is the hag.
maybe. I
Just-
don't know.
Oh my god,
There's
where?
it. Point your flashlight, point your flashlight.
Ugly, 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 ugly. Get out of here. Oh god, Jesus. Go. Oh! I think she got mad that I called her ugly. Guys, where'd you go? I'm gonna bleed out, guys. I wonder if she got everybody. Or maybe just me? I don't know. I've used like 2 of our lives at this point. I feel bad. Where did all my friends go? This is where I died last time. Maybe the way I was going was like the right way to like just the exit, maybe. That's the way they went. I think this was the way I was going. It's very hard to see. I wonder what the exit looks like. Is this the exit? Oh, I think I found the exit. I did it! You can see that yeah, I found the exit. Do we all have to find the
I
exit?
guess we did it.
Yay!
I did it! I found it!
Oh, you did?
Yippee.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job, wife.
So proud of you. So proud of you.
Thank you.
See, guys, it just shows even if you die, you can still contribute.
Mhm.
And I died twice.
Exactly.
Oh. Do I get tickets? Oh, we did get tickets. Yippee! A mysterious bracelet that'll allow you to revive yourself before breaking. A token that will let you roll another random case file. A flare gun. Oh. Reaches further than its consumer grade counterpart. Why?
Also, I think
Single-
you can pick up people if they get downed, but the hag was like right there, and I was like, oh, okay. I'm gonna
Oh
go
no,
down.
yeah, no, it was very wide open. Yeah.
Salad, plow.
Oh, I thought I bought it. I bought it. Where
Oh shit.
did I get it? I bought stuff.
I think you've got to click on the backpack in the lobby to equip it.
I didn't see it in my
Oh, I
thing.
don't like this one.
Why don't you
like
like
it.
this one?
I don't
wrong
know.
with this
It just looks scary.
Is it a
It's scary.
sewer? It is very unsanitary, to be fair.
This
Shams!
is your domain, man. Did you like scrunkly, scruffy, dirty men?
Oh.
True. Pookie, I'm coming.
Bookie, I'm coming.
Oh,
Shems went this
Elaine,
way.
we're using red to mark dead ends, by the way.
Oh, okay.
You can use blue. Yeah.
Okay.
Any color
Yeah.
but red marks dead ends.
just
There's
like
a
heat.
giant fucking centipede over there.
What do you say?
Ew, no, I'm good. Wait, gotta see it for the
I
view.
love
Going that way.
bugs.
Gotta see it for the. How big is it? Do you see it? You see it?
Oh, I don't see it.
Ew, I saw its like mandibles. Ew, it's gross.
Oh, you went to go see it?
I thought it'd be funny, but I just got grossed out right away once I saw its mandibles.
Yeah, it's coming this way. Come on.
Don't say come on!
No, not.
Oh,
The ticket.
one prize ticket.
Do y'all get a prize ticket?
I don't. It was just sitting there, so I don't know. Ghost went this way.
Find gate valve, insert gate valve, find and turn the yellow water valve. Okay. Okay. I
Oh,
don't. Oh. Emergency
Oh,
water
yellow valve.
drain. Nice. Find and insert. Oh, they found it. Insert gate valve. Find gate valve. It's Biff. I am. I'm like the human version of Biff, but I'm a zombie. I was wondering if people would see me as an orc, goblin, or zombie. Either or, really. Anything down here?
I see
This
why
is a-
that's beautiful.
You are beautiful. Yeah, it's a dead end. Dead end. A lot of blood on these walls.
Or is it poop?
A lot of blood. Ooh. For the check-in. Another dead end. Oh, it's disgusting!
Huh?
The centipede. Just go straight back the way we came. It's in the unmarked. It's in down there. I'm gonna go check it out really quick. Oh, it leads places. 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 Okay. Valve. Okay. Be careful, wife. It's probably this way.
Oh,
Ew, what the fuck? You're disgusting. Is this it? I don't think this is it.
at least we found a loophole. We can go around it.
That's
Cat, would you
true.
Stop it. Jesus.
Oh. What is this? Oh, it's
Oh, it's a
spray
safe room.
paint. Yippee.
Ooh, custom case after. This map will unlock a custom cases after. Oh, hello. Madam,
Oh.
thank you, Ryder, for being here for 2 months subscribing. to me.
Let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I think
Thank
I'm
you
on
for
my
taking care of
official
Moana.
3-month as affiliate.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, we have found Mark. Wait. Was it rat?
Sound alerts. You do not have permission to use this category. I don't. Oh.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, it looks like you just.
Whoa! Whoa! Ugly! Ugly! Get out of here! Ow! Oh no! Help. Help me, please. Help me. Thank
Like blessing you.
Oh, thank you. Also, I guess it's because your category is in just chat.
I'm trying to let you know that the category says. Oh shit! I forgot to change that. Because I was gonna be talking instead of playing Labyrinth. Thank you,
Game.
thank you. What's funny is I have Labyrinth in my tags. I just didn't change it.
Mm-mm.
Thank you, Ryder.
I thought, yeah, ghost. I thought jumping on the centipede would maybe scare it away. It didn't scare it away.
No.
It just murdered me. I heard
Well, thank
ghost.
you,
Oh wait,
Ryder,
behind it.
for-
Hey, Shams.
Subbing
Hello.
for 2 months and then also telling me when my category is not
Where
correct.
did Ghost go? Oh, there she is.
I have no idea.
Hello. Don't jump on the centipede. You'll die.
Have a
It's an
good luck,
earworm.
Ryder.
It's not centipede, it's an earworm.
Yeah, you were.
Shut the fuck
Well, it's
up.
fucking disgusting.
It's gross.
I love it. I
Literally.
love bugs. I found the exit. I don't know where we're supposed to insert the Great Velvet.
I don't know either.
Yeah, we found this.
You guys get the
break
custom
room, or this,
yeah, there's a custom
safe
there's a
room.
blueprint in here. You get a custom case. I'm gonna try out the spray paint. How does the spray paint work?
Oh, we didn't go down this way.
Oh, it like makes a little arrow. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's neat. Where did they just go?
Right here.
Right here.
Da-da-da. Oh,
Dead end.
uh-oh. Also, the earworm
Oh,
will
this
walk
is-
in like a straight line, so if you just like kind of move to the side to avoid it.
Yeah, we had found it hiding out under the fucking mud, and it's like little antenna ear thingies were sticking out of it, so we like walked around it.
It was gross.
Like we were like skirting the wall.
I went the wrong way, guys. Wait. Remember me.
And we're back here.
Beat around. Do 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 do. This one's a dead end. Should mark
Yeah,
this
let's-
one.
Let's go up.
There you go.
Hi.
Oh,
Hello.
yeah, Ghost is back that way. I'm trying to figure out where the valve goes.
Oh, is this the exit?
No, actually. Maybe.
Oh, this is where we
Maybe
started.
this is the actual.
Nah, this is where we started, bro. Turn the beat around. Spooky stuff is in here. Okay, so let's go this way. Must be a way that we missed. There's that.
Hi.
Hi.
I wish they would highlight
You go. Oh, there he is.
things.
Yeah, we ran into him.
Turn the beat around. Do 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 do.
Okay.
So if you see that and like see just a line, it's to the left here and then to the right. I don't know where you're supposed to put the Great Valve. Oh wait,
Is it
never
at the
mind.
exit?
I lied.
Maybe.
I have a horrible. Is it a good time to say I have a horrible sense of direction?
No, it's okay. I'm
She does.
directionally challenged as well.
How did we get back over here? Well, I know where it is from here, but how did we get back over here?
I have no idea. Teleportation magic, maybe?
Where did I get- Oh, I don't think I've been down this way. That's a dead end over there. I don't know what that is. Maybe we're supposed to put the grate at the
Oh, fuck me, Christ! Gross! Did you hide? Where are you?
Oh, only ghost is going this way. I think it's this way then.
Hey.
See,
I
look,
shouldn't have
exit right here.
Oh, okay, okay.
Ah.
So many.
Let's try
green
the
rings, I
exit.
put more.
Yeah, let's try the exit.
I put more. See, it looks very exity.
Oh wait, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was like. maybe
Good
the
job,
exit's
Ghost.
where
Go
we put
through the door,
valve.
Ghost. You
Speakers,
do it,
speakers.
Ghost. Yeah, you go.
Good job, ghost.
Good job. Good job.
We literally have went everywhere.
Let's go.
Shims, the exit was where we put the valve.
Huh.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was like my question. I was like, I wonder if that's where it goes, and so we went to it, and hold on.
Whoa.
Mhm.
Hi Mia kitty. Hello kitty. Hello kitty sauce. Okay, bye.
Oh, so we can buy stuff, but only the host can put stuff in the loadout. Because I bought a flashlight and a flare gun. Wait, how do we open the cases? Open a case. Nope, not that. This one? No, those are challenges. Buh.
Oh, those tickets we find, you buy stuff with it.
Yeah, you can buy stuff with it at the store. Hello, Noble. Nope, this is...
Oh, hi, Noble.
How do you open the cases? I want to open a case.
It's the
Okay, so-
bulletin
Hard
board.
glow sticks. Oh, we need to get more stuff.
Wait, what's the... Oh, yeah, wait, I can buy them. I can buy them. Do you want them?
Hard glow stick.
Wait.
Hard glow stick.
Okay, I don't know if it's just for me, though.
I mean, if it's just for you.
Oh, wait,
I'd
wait,
say
wait, wait.
it's
Have you been collecting the tickets from the challenges from the board?
Yeah.
Okay, because if you
I only got
completed...
9.
I didn't give you 100? I got 100.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's like 50-50 and then 10 for... It's like 50-50.
I think we have different
Oh.
challenges then.
Oh.
Yeah, I
where
didn't
our
click the challenge.
challenges?
Okay.
Oh, there.
Case against Smiley, complete a case in the forest, pull levers. Okay.
I can't
Aw.
Oh, I
collect.
need
How
to
do I
pull-
collect?
It's
You-
the
there
little
should just
tiny
be a
board next to the big board.
Yeah, and then
I don't know,
bottom
how
right,
do I
though, it'll
collect?
say collect. It'll say collect
Yeah,
in the
well, then
bottom
you
right
click
if you
it.
did it.
Then you might not have it yet.
It says progress 1 out of 1. Says collect.
Yeah, then you gotta click the little ticket or collect button.
I did, and it letting me.
I don't know
Hmm.
then.
Don't know.
Are there people talking or are you doing proxy chat? Yeah, it's proxy chat. Do you not hear anybody?
Did you turn the game sounds on?
I did.
No, Wobble's just gaslighting us.
Oh, yeah, for some reason
Uh-oh.
my game audio's not on. Wait, hold on.
Oh, it's okay. They didn't need to hear my screams of terror as I died to a centipede.
Okay, wow. So this whole time, everybody's only been hearing me.
It's okay. That's the most important
Just
voice
the
in
way
my
I
opinion.
like it.
I hear, yeah.
They have
a
a jersey in the store just for you, Ghost.
Audio in, and sometimes I forget to click add executable to the program, and then and then I just select it and then click OK and not add. So oops. Thank you, Noble. At least we.
Yippee!
I one time went 2 hours without having a game audio on. It was I was like, oh no.
Mood.
I have done that where I've gone like an hour and a half without realizing that my stream was muted. Way back when I streamed on my PS5.
Damn, that's crazy.
Thank you, Noble.
Are we doing like cases? Or are we doing story? I'm just curious.
I'm doing cases, but we can do story.
I'm down for either. I was just curious.
All right, let's do story.
Oh God. Sorry, I wasn't ready for someone to talk to me.
Hey, are we catering?
Hey Joan, mind looking for that box of tape recorders while you're setting those stupid ghosts up? You find them in the locker.
Guys, I found a maze survival guide.
Yo. Cool.
Generator shouldn't be running this hard. Either Johnny's got some more hiding in this maze, or the wiring's
Tape
worse
recorders while
than
you're setting those
downhead.
stupid ghost
Hard
stuff.
for the Culver
Find them in Millennial owe you big time. Shooting range can't afford to lose so many prizes, Johnny. Is this game fun? It's nice.
It definitely challenges your brain to try to at least remember where you've come from.
Yeah.
We are officially out of
Generator shouldn't be running this hard. Either Johnny's got something more hiding in this maze, or the wiring's worse than the damn hedge. Par for the course with Johnny, though. Just charge him and arm and a leg and move along.
Alright. This is cute. This is cute. I like this.
Oh, I love this. One of my old bedroom growing up, I always had lights around it.
That's cute. Oh my God. I
would have
okay,
done
there
that
we
with the room I have now, but the walls make it impossible.
There's another guide here.
go. With a flashlight and a tape recorder. I think the tape recorder.
Oh, good. I finally found the tape recorders Johnny and Lenny lost. There aren't that many spare tapes.
Oh, the
I'll have
survival
to leave
books, we
some
gotta
notes behind
collect
as well.
them.
Oh, is it like a
This is Joan.
group
I
thing?
work
Like
at the
we
Johnny
don't all
Hawk
like
Fairground.
communal thing?
I don't think we all do because I have 3 out of 30 and I know I've picked up 3.
I just can't.
And
I haven't
Ghost
picked up
some.
any. Wait, where do you
If
see
you're
it?
listening to
Picking up?
this, I might need some help.
There was one
I'm
over
heading to the
here
break area to go through the
somewhere.
restricted
Oh no,
area.
no, sorry, it was in here. It was in this
Oh,
booth.
oh, there was one on that chair as well. I'll have to go back. There's one right here.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You go on
You wanna
ahead.
go back
I
to
gotta
the
go
other
get
two?
the one that Ghost picked up then. Yeah, there was one in the
No,
beginning.
there's 2 actually in here.
Oh, there's 2?
Yeah, at least I found 2. I found one on the box, like the boxes over
Remember,
here.
folks, this is a family-friendly
And then
Oh.
No
I found
cursing
one
or
over here
fighting
in
on the
corner.
property. Go dump for you, Red.
Like on the floor, on the ground, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well this game's pretty fun. We were doing small cases, and so now we're doing an actual like story. There's like a story mode.
Yeah.
It's very much Phasmophobia, but maze.
Mm-hmm. Old tab to see. I know this. I don't know why I forgot that I know this. Oh, Jesus!
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you stupid son of a fucking bitch. You fucking fuck off. Oh, this game is so stupid.
Mushroom. Oh, this place seems more abandoned than anything.
Yeah, how are we charging people arms and legs when no one comes here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Gotta
goodness.
be something down here. Keep going.
Oh shit!
Gotta be something
I
down
should
here.
not be going
Keep
first.
going.
There's a trash can. Nothing in the trash can.
Dead end.
Dead end? Okay.
Let's go towards the trash can.
20 years can.
Good choice. Keep it up.
This light bulb is out. Spooky. This light
I'm just
bulb
pretending
isn't.
wife and I are holding hands.
Yeah, we're holding hands. We got this.
Yeah. Oh!
Was that?
I swear to God, I saw somebody running at me.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, I thought there was a guy just rutted.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, hey, there's a
jeez.
survival book on the floor.
Oh my god, why are they so hidden? Take a break.
Fuck off! Oh my god. Whoever is running around in the dark, it's creepy. How about we just don't do that? Thanks. I agree.
Thanks. Thanks, yeah, that'd be great.
Got a hint for you. You're going the right way.
Oh, I heard him. Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Oh, fuck off! I hate those fucking ghosts.
I know, right? I think I hate
always,
them
like,
more
right in
because
your
they're so
fucking face.
simple. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was like inside
Hello?
of you for like a hot second. Oh hey, they found glow sticks.
Oh, hey guys.
Hi.
Oh hi.
We have glow sticks now.
There's
Cool.
a maze
You guys
survival.
get glue sticks. Oh, there's a maze thing here. Maze thing right there.
Where are the glow sticks at?
Did you
Right
guys see the
here.
naked man?
Yeah.
Not the shirtless one, the naked man that
Oh.
ran off into the distance.
Yeah.
If you
This is
look
what the heart
really
ones look
closely,
like.
you can hear his cheeks clapping.
Mew, these are what the heart ones
Alright.
look like.
Oh, they're so cute.
Little heart.
Oh, we need to get me some. We need to get me those.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what's in here?
Is this where we gotta go next?
I know it's told not to enter this restricted part, but I need to know what's through here. The rumors I've heard, they must have some truth. If you're reading this, I'm in here. Don't board it back up, Joan. Joan, you brave one.
Nine-letter word.
Oh.
If it wasn't for Wallace,
What
I
the
would
fuck?
never
With E
have
and
set up
ends
this
with
cryptic
S.
to lock the gate. A 9-letter
Alright,
word
Escapes.
to do the trick to keep people out.
What the fuck? Why is everything like old?
I'd fuck with it. Let me
Over here.
dropping all the glow
It looks
sticks.
like
I don't
an
know how to
E.
mess
Oh,
with
What's in here? Nope. I'm just gonna say this is where I stopped and I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, I think I saw a lane run down that way.
Yeah, there were
there's
whispers
a
down
survival
there.
book.
There were whispers. You guys ready to go down? Alright, I
Oh,
started
wait,
hearing
oh,
whispers
there's a
and
survival book over here.
I
Oh,
wasn't very
whisper it.
comfortable with it. Mew?
These are outside voices in the
There's a survival book over there.
Well, we have to come back probably, so.
Oh yeah. It's like right at the gate.
Okay. I heard whispering and then I decided to turn back.
Valid.
Little bike.
Definitely belongs to an adult male,
I
yeah.
just hear your shim say I hear
How
the
did
call
you know that?
void.
There's a man! Look, there's a guy
There's a
over
man?
there. There's a naked man. Look, he's naked.
Oh, hello,
I don't
sir.
see no naked man. I think you're hallucinating.
No,
Yeah,
there's
I
a
don't see
naked
a
man
naked
out
man.
there. There's a naked man out there.
This
Y'all
definitely
are
belongs to an
seeing
adult
things.
male. Someone removed all their teeth.
Oh, their teeth. Probably was
Oh,
a
their
teeth fairy.
Not the teeth fairy.
Boing.
Don't get them twisted with the tooth fairy.
Bone and a cassette. I don't want the cassette. I don't care about the lore. La 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 la.
This could actually come in
Look,
handy.
book on ground.
Oh,
This is
but
Officer Frank Mills. My boy Robert's been missing for nearly 2 days now.
Safe house.
We're not
Oh, book
moving
on
fast
ground.
enough.
Book
I'm
on
taking it
ground.
on myself to get through this damn gate and find whoever's hiding in this fucking maze.
An axe head. It's rusted beyond use.
This should help me.
A book
There's
on
a
ground.
guy up ahead that is creeping me out.
Oh, some sort of mechanism back here. Managed to get the thing glowing. Wonder if it controls anything.
He was trying to find me. I froze up when I thought he was looking at me. But then he wandered away.
La 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 la.
I
Oh,
couldn't see him very well.
found a bunch of statues back this
So,
way. Labels are ruined, but a
Could
few
have
of them
been
still
something
have
wrong
letters
with his
remaining.
eyes. If you're coming through here, be careful.
EQ.
And notice
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. We're leaving. We are leaving. That's what's happening. We are out of here.
I heard Ghost get snapped.
Oh, whoa.
Guys, help! 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 Help me!
Helping, trying to help. I don't know how to help.
He
Okay, got you.
disappears. Okay, you're helping. He disappears after he beats the shit out of you. By the way,
Where'd Chems go?
I don't know. I got the shit beaten out of me.
Hello?
Hey, bud. Hey, we're good. We're good. Everything's
He touched me. Jesse.
What did he look like?
I don't know. He grabbed me from behind.
He had a very demonic glow.
Oh.
Book.
Book on ground.
Ooh, book on ground. Very nice.
Single file line, everyone. Except Sunny, wherever she went.
I'm right behind you.
Oh, are you? You wasn't saying
Yeah,
anything.
I was eating.
Go, Laura. I had to chase the tram because I just missed it. Oh, I'm sorry, Vex. I hope you're feeling a little bit better than before, at least.
Hi, Vex.
Book on back of statue. You
For all
know.
these statues, look like one said Miles Fur. Same last name as the lady who planted all these trees.
You know.
I wonder
again.
if they're
Not again.
fir
Not again.
trees.
Not again. Why is it glow? Oh, it's this guy who's making noise. I'm traumatized. Not like that.
I don't know where to go. I'm lost now.
I'm hiding behind Eno.
Oh, it's the statue. You fucking ass butt. You fucking asshole. You can't even move, stupid. Look at him. Look at him. Stupid.
Idiot.
Idiot. I'm feeling okay, but Jesus, I had to ride fast. That's understandable.
I don't like being in the back. I don't like
You fucking asshole. Get away from me. Get away from me. Hey, guys.
Well,
I jumped in front of Shems. I've saved him heroically.
I don't like that guy.
Get away from my wife! No! I can't say no!
I can't see shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't really see the moon. Which is often...
Son of a bitch, bro.
You're bullshit, sir. You're bullshit. No, wife died.
Hi.
What's up, wife?
Hi.
Hey. Okay, so this is where
That
we
was
spawn?
something.
Yeah. Okay, so my notebooks. I hear him out there.
Oh.
I don't think he has eyes, so I'm pretty sure he relies entirely on sound.
Okay, so if you run, he might hear you.
Yeah.
No crouch?
Yeah. Let's try that. Well, crouch when he's near.
Yeah. Ooh, I can hear him.
Oh, there he is.
I need a book.
Oh, we need another lever. I think we need this fourth one.
There's a thing over here. This mechanism looks old. I don't set this up. No way the fair can afford this kind of budget. Okay.
Oh, book. Book on ground.
Book. I don't see a book. Book.
It's right there.
It's... I feel like you're gaslighting me right now.
I swear there was a book there.
There's
picked
no
it up.
book right there, man.
I swear there was a book there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like you're gaslighting. You wanna go forward?
This is your fault. This is your fault. This is your fault. Okay, let's try going this way.
Stay there.
Help me. Help me. I'm gonna bleed out. Sunny. Sunny. Oh, Shems, help me.
I'm helping you.
No, you weren't. You have to hold E.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Son of a bitch! Bed camping my body. You're ugly! Ugly!
Oh.
Go back for a second. The fuck? Is there a way back out? Wasn't there a way this way? Or did it close? Oh no. Damn it. No getting out of this. What's up? Getting out of what, friendo? Getting out of the tram? Are you stuck in the tram? Hey,
Hello?
did you find the lever?
Yeah.
Nice. Right. Seems like one of those puzzles where they have to all be on.
I think they have to all be on.
Oh. Alright.
Good job.
I'm gonna go get Mew. Oh. Okay. Oh! Yippee!
Hi.
Hello! I was coming back to find
I
you,
died.
and that monster was being a bitch.
The gate log's behind me, and now my radio isn't working.
I think if I
Gonna
remember
move further
correctly,
into
this
the
one's pretty
property and
spooky as well.
see if I can get a signal.
This one what?
There are some spare lanterns here. Might as well take one in case I need it later.
Oh.
Hey, listen. If anyone's following me, be careful. I have a
Be
feeling
careful.
I'm really gonna need help by the end of this.
You think that now? Or you think that now? At this point in time?
Something behind the gates. I can hear it breathing.
Oh. Have to find the seals. To release the demon.
That thing
Probably.
has been tailing me through the maze ever since I pulled the lever. I can hear its thumping steps and its raspy breath. I need to get away from it. I'm not sure I can keep
Officer Frank
going knowing
Mills
it's
here.
following me.
Managed to get through the first gate using
Oh,
the
book on
code.
breath.
I'm running.
Look on. Oh.
There's open space that I
It
can
is
find
this
in,
one. Yeah, this one's
including
fucking
the
scary.
Badfield Fur residence.
Ah.
My gut tells me Robert will be
Where's
in there.
Mew?
Now,
Okay, I gotta go back.
I'm gonna get this damn thing open.
Oh, me.
Hi.
I'm back for you. I thought you were in front of me. What a ghost.
No. I was
I'm
listening to
sorry.
the tape recording.
Wait, what do you
Didn't
mean
hear
this
me
one's
yet.
open too? Good. Sam said something concerning.
If anyone else finds themselves locked in here, I'm sorry. I'm closing the gate behind me. That thing has been trailing me through the maze ever since I pulled the lever. I can hear its thump steps and its raspy breath. I need to get away from it, and I'm not sure I can keep knowing it's following me.
Yeah, so we can go that way, but there's also another open gate. I don't know.
Oh, look. What the fuck?
I think I'm good. I like where we are, I think. I think I'm kind of just vibing, if I'm honest with you.
Chick, rune house, chick, playground. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have to find the seals.
Yeah.
Nope, can't hide in the tree.
Hey, why?
Hey.
I wonder if that one sees, so maybe we gotta turn off our flashlights?
Well, maybe.
I'm gonna give up.
Alright.
I'm gonna take just a quick break so I can go feed my cats. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Okay, guys, I'll be right back.
Nice. Where are we? I'm gonna go the other route that I saw, I think. Do. Yeah, this way. There's something behind the gates. I can hear him breathing. Oh, book. Do. I'm very afraid to talk, but I think I should keep talking because that would be the wise thing to do, but I'm also... You want to run that by me again?
Come on, Frank. You've been burned, stabbed, you've been bitten by venomous snakes, bitten by venomous spiders, you've been attacked by a fucking squirrel, and you've been literally chased by a pack of coyotes. You can handle this place.
Well, maybe Frank can handle this place, but I don't know if I can. Hello? Hello?
Elaine, where are you?
Hello? Oh. Okay. Start here. The next one is to the right, Frank. Getting...
This is Officer Mills.
So these
I'll
won't
leave a note
turn,
when I figure
but
this thing out.
one of them lit up the tile. Okay, so it's this one, this one, maybe this one? No. What do you mean? What do you mean, Shems? Okay, that one's not it. It's this one. This one. This one.
Oh,
One,
hi.
hello? Oh, hey. This one. This one. This one. This one.
Most of the things won't turn, but one of them lit up a tile.
This one. Oh. It's this one. This one.
Oh, there's
This
a
one.
maze. There's a survival book in here.
Very nice. Hold on, let me figure this out and then I'll. This one, this one, this one. It's this one. This one. Nope.
Behind you! Behind you! Behind you!
Oh, oh. Go away! Go away!
Oh, other monsters here. Go away.
Your grandbabies don't like you. Thank you. Oh! Oh.
Hey, you gotta do it while you're like back.
Ah, you bitch!
Once it's stuck, you just gotta break it.
What's this one? Fuck, okay, so 1, 2, 3. Snot, that one, that one. This one maybe? Alright, gamble this one? No.
What are ghosts doing?
This one. Not that one. This one. This one.
Last one right here.
Yeah. Fuck yes,
Nice.
dude. Alright, we got another seal. Where's that maze book? Give me that maze book.
There's one back here, and then there's one in this bucket.
Bucket. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
I say we
Alright.
go the way you came in, maybe, instead of my way, since the hag must be that way.
Yeah, okay.
I came in on
Uh,
the right side, so maybe go left.
okay. Yeah. Because I think this will lead back out to, like, the gated area.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess there's this way, too, though. Nope, this is
Dead end.
dead end. Yeah, statue, guys.
Oh, hey, server book. Oh, this is where I came in.
Yeah, and then this is like the gate area that I walked in on. You?
Okay, never mind. I mean, that one closed up.
Is this way
Oh,
that
there
end?
it is.
On a green glow stick. What the fuck is that? There is a tree entity in the playground. Yeah, just have that as a note in case we want that. Oh, let me put in the seals pog. Open your door! Cheerful, welcome on in! Happy spooky month, my friends! Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are starting off this spoopy oopy month with some horror games with friends. I hope you had a wonderful stream doing making, crafting, and stuff. How'd it go? How's it going? Did you have a good stream? If you need a raid and run to take care of your bacon bits, feel free to do so. You and your family and your health is the most important to me. So otherwise, you can feel free to hang out and just vibe while I get my ass handed to me. Pretty much by Scary Scary Monsters. Scary Scary Monsters. Ooh, survival book. Alright, where is my friends? Where are my friends? I want to find my friends. It was good. Got my tiny bat mostly done and even started Agatha the Vampire. Very nice. Very nice. Love the avatar, thank you. I am a undead zombie for Halloween. I thought it could be fun. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm singing a song to make me feel better. I don't know where I'm going, I'm just following the glow sticks to hopefully make me feel better. Better. The article has been updated. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, I found a book. Give. I am very scared. Maybe me dropping these hearts will lead me to a path of victory and safety, but probably not. Probably not. 'Cause I don't know where I'm going. And I'm very afraid 'cause there's monsters that are sensitive to sound. I'm very scared right now. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am so afraid right now. Nope.
I still can't find her first husband's grave. She won't tell me where Miles is buried. I'll dig up everything on this damn property. I got annoyed. You fucking bitch! Did you follow me?
I may have led her to you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Ah! I believe in you. Thank you, Buster. I think I might have just led to me and my wife's death.
I'll come back.
Okay. The bleed out timer is fast. Stop camping my body! Bro, this hag. We have 3 light. How are we supposed to do this, bro? Hold on, I'm turning up my light. I cannot see. Now I can at least see better. Okay. Still scared, but at least I can see. I'm just gonna gung-ho this bitch. Oh, I see where I am. Oh, interesting. Can I go back now? Or is this like blocked off? No, that's like blocked off. Interesting. Greem, hello, Womble. How are you doing today? Ah, yes. This place. Of course. Is there a way to go that way? No? Okay. Greem. I am Greem. Doing fine. I haven't been awake long, but I can feel a nap coming. Oh, mood. Oh, such a mood. What a mood. Okay. Alright, I'm here again. We're going this way. Trees are a little dense. Seems like another opening. I was wrong, kind of. I'm so terrified. I feel like I'm gonna my tummy hurts. I'm so scared. A little bit. Mazes are much scarier. Someone was here. Is the place I was at with me? I think this is where I was at with Miu. Okay. I'm so lost and so confused. My tummy hurts because I'm scared. Oh, goodness! Oh. Oh, my face tracking turned off. What the fuck? Don't do that. Don't do that. There you go. It's restarting. I guess I'm going this way. Is that quote about paths? Okay, I just ended up. You're doing Labyrinth, right? That was that's what they're supposed to. Yeah. The game is literally called Labyrinth. There's no way to go this way. It's just dead end. Listen. Labyrinths often in real life don't have spooky things. I don't know. They're somewhere in the great beyond. They're in my hopes and dreams, really. I can't say. I swear to God, I think I just led myself back to the same spot again. I did. God damn it. They didn't abandon me. I just died. I died, and then it respawns you. Or then you gotta like, you retrack your steps. You know? It's okay. I'm brave. I'm the bravest scaredy cat there ever is, you know? Just like a goblin I know of. Not the brave, you know? Okay, I guess I'm going back. 'Cause I don't know what I'm doing. I think I should just go into a different door. Oh. Oh no, I think I'm lost. I think I'm going in circles now. Uh-oh. Oh. I found the seals. Oh, I just have to find my fucking way out of here, bro. Okay, we're gonna go... Going this way. Oh, I see me use light sticks. Yep. Light sticks. Going this way? I don't think we're going this way. I think we're going this way.
Stop walking in front of me. You're too
Hello?
Elaine?
Hello? Where are you guys?
Where are you?
On the other side of the hedge.
How? I'm lost.
Around.
Oh, hey.
Oh, it's okay. We've got the mixture, don't we? Oh,
It can't break that down.
no.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry, guys.
Bye bye.
Wait, where did you guys go?
This way.
Where? Oh, wait. I can't see anything. I'm colorblind.
Right here.
Oh, okay.
This way.
Thank you.
This way.
So we've got everything. We just need to get back to the gate with the sigils on it.
Yup.
I'm the chemistry master.
Oh, did you figure out the chemistry?
Yeah, by the way, for Big Hobbly Bobbly, you just don't look at him.
Okay.
And then for Grandma, you shine the light in her eyes and back away, and then it gives you
Oh,
a... Oh, shit.
Okay, this
It gives you the what?
Ran into a monster. Oh my god, you guys saved me.
that wasn't me. I think that might have been
Big
Shems.
Hobbly Bobbly in that one, you just don't look at him.
And then what about the other one?
You
The
gotta shine
Grandma,
your
you just
flashlight
shine
in
the
there.
light in her eye and back away. And then run.
Okay.
Yeah. And I did not abandon you. I'm sorry.
No, I
This
don't
one's
think you did.
fun.
I
This
died.
one's
I
fun.
died.
I know.
Tell you guys how to
Fair-
do
fair
it.
game.
I
The guy-
abandoned you guys. Or
Well,
you,
I-
Oh, you
I would
guys
abandon
all-
you.
I'm not
I
gonna
can't-
tell you. I'm gonna let you guys let's figure that out.
It's
literally
so
could not see.
freaking dark. I wish I could see things.
No, trust me, we're all in the same boat as you.
Yeah, I had to turn my brightness all the way up. It is so
My
dark.
brightness is all the way up, but I'm colorblind.
Oh shit, checkpoint.
Checkpoint.
Hold it.
Toilet? Oh my god.
I got
I heard Elaine was all alone, so I made assumptions.
Forest. Am I going crazy? When I grabbed the symbol, it disintegrated in my hands. What are they for?
I thought it was
Okay.
done for when I was warming up near the bonfire, but that thing, it just ignored me like I wasn't even there. After reading this, stay near
Crazy.
fire or
That was crazy
indoors.
once. Lock me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Rats make me crazy.
What a maze of a house.
Truly. And let's go.
All right, you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay. Get my green out.
Is there any paths? What the
Oh,
fuck?
Forest. Oh no.
It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, there's a thing in the distance.
Elaine,
What's that? What's up?
I just want to let you know every time all the hearts, my little heart fluttered. I was like,
Yeah, every
Love
time
it.
I saw like a pink like glow stick, I was like, yes,
Bless you.
yes, Mew. Bless you.
bless you. Oh, it just explored the forest. Oh, monster!
Mark off to play Borderlands. Have fun play Borderlands. Mew? Mew? Hey.
Hi.
I can see him. I can see him over there. Oh,
My
he's
cat
gone.
Decided to unmute me. Well, he just came from this way, so let's go this way.
Yeah. There is a house right over there.
Okay. Oh, something over here. Oh, it's another effigy.
Are we supposed to pick up the effigies or something?
I can't interact with them.
Oh yeah. It's not, best
Oh,
not
there's
to
another
touch it.
bonfire over there. Edge.
Damn, this forest is big.
I do see a light over there. A few lights. Check out the
Mhm.
bonfire.
Bonfire.
Yeah. Alright, let's go
There's
check
the
out the
lights.
lights.
Yeah, what are these lights? Is that a cemetery? Oh,
Whoa,
fuck.
yeah.
There's
another
something
bonfire
other
over
than
there.
that. Is there something in the cemetery? Probably.
I don't know. It's a big red door.
Huh.
Oh.
Oh, it probably unlocks
I'm a
once we break all the effigies that match it.
Yeah, find your way into the attic. Oh, so they found a house and we can get into the attic.
Swift door. Born bald, died bald.
Lonnie.
Thank you for the wellness check.
Radford,
Zach Dankovich. Well, that needs fixing.
Zeke, the man, the myth, the legend.
Fuck yeah. Oh, and these could be supporters.
Here lies Bedden together. Here lies Danny Two Hands forever. Green Bob Benet when you try to fly, Greenie. Orange Ranger 801 aka Lorange. Lone Orange started going off on his own. I wonder if these are test players or people who've worked on this.
Probably both.
Yeah.
Like both. There's a series of lanterns.
There's a opening right there.
Oh, okay. There's a series of lanterns. It seems like it leads to something. Or maybe this
Yeah,
is what
let's-
it led to.
Let's go follow it. Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep. Oh, beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Another, I guess we just follow the bonfire lights. Okay, we have a left or a right. I think
right.
left is the house. Okay.
He's up there. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Come on, come on, come on.
Okay.
Go. There's another bonfire.
Cool. Are they like safe points? Maybe the bonfire.
Yeah, he doesn't like bonfire. The bonfires, he like leaves you alone.
Okay.
Oh, is this just our house?
Oh, it is.
Okay. All right.
I love our house. Our house is so nice, you know.
Yeah.
Guess we go back up into the other pathway.
Yeah, go the other way.
Looks like Shems was here.
Yeah, Ghost and Shems were here.
I don't like this house either.
Yeah, they're here.
There were
Hey,
some
guys.
doors rattling
Doors locked up
upstairs
here.
last
Hey guys,
night.
this is a maze.
I know it wasn't Miles.
What?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of
Father
keys
always
you gotta
told me
find.
he'd seen and heard
Well, we
things
don't
from
leave the
house
house
that
anymore,
his
because we
grandfather
already did
died.
it.
I can't let him. I can see
Oh.
what he's
We're in
been
the
on.
attic.
Okay.
I've already lost Miles. I can't lose him too. I'll have to lock him
Yeah, we
away,
can't open
but
that. Where are
at
the
least he'll be
keys?
safe until I can fix this.
Oh, hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. No key over here, but there's a locked drawer, so I don't know where the key is for this room.
I'm going
Maybe
to check
it's
the house.
effigies. The next objective is find and destroy the 3 effigies. So we kind of already found them. I need 3 effigies made from wood to create a hex for the crypt door. Oh, we found the crypt! I can destroy these to get back in eventually. The
Oh, this
effigy
door's
should be
open?
hung up
Oh, no,
somewhere
that's
in
the
the
one we-
forest. I've
we already
crafted
knew
the
that.
Cyril Dagger with the final ritual. I can use it to break the seal.
All right, let's go destroy those effigies then.
I remember
This one, the way me went originally. Oh. Oh, maybe we should just let Shems do all the work. Because I think... Nah, I'll help. I'll help. There's one. Never mind. Nope, 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 nope. Where is he? Please fuck off. Yeah, good job. Bye, mister. Oh. You know where the last one is?
I do not.
What the fuck? I don't know where I'm going. I feel like oh, focal stim right now, right now. Okay. Wait, wrong one. Switches.
Your hand off my penis!
Mood,
Eating like a
mood.
bug.
You hit me like a bug. Those are both double S tiers. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, this is where I was like hugging the wall and shit. There was one back the way we came. Darn, I was hoping to spook you with it. It's okay. Everything after this can be spooked. So lost. Need one more, right? Yeah. Are we an EP zombie today? We're always an EP zombie. We're a zombie for the whole month.
Wanders around in the dark parts of the woods.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go wandering. He's gotta be around here somewhere. Oh. Complete the ritual. In the attic? Ah, we completed the ritual. Guys. Oh, let's go. But I might be a bit more EP because I worked out this morning.
I put the dagger into the thing, and then the floor caved out from under me.
Oh,
Ooh.
So we're here now.
Spray paint.
I want to know what was in that drawer.
Let the war.
To whoever is reading this, you will know by now that something isn't right here. I tried to explore the old fur house, but was attacked by, well, I'm not sure what he was. He carried me down here where she was waiting. I'm not sure what they intended for me, but it wasn't good. When they both left, I managed to squeeze through the bars, and I couldn't get through the gate back to the maze, but I did find a set of 3 gates further in.
The fuck,
They're
Jim.
controlled by levers throughout the maze. They left 10
I'm
keys on
making
the
art.
table nearby, but only 5 were needed to
Mm,
access one of the
wow.
levers. I've hidden them in the crypts so he can't take them back. Not sure where they lead, but I'm about to find out. There's no way I'm waiting for him to return. Joan is just going through it.
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta find keys to get to the levers. That looks like a dick. Oh, you're making a dick. Got it.
Oh shit, you can put like there's skulls and stuff too.
Oh, cute.
How do I switch the,
Right click.
Then you can hold right click to change the colors. So.
don't make it red? This is what we're gonna do the entire game. Do this.
They've given us too much fun.
I made an evil smiley face.
Nice.
Alright.
Let's go.
It's in this hullabaloo. Very long, straight hallway. This is a PT hallway.
No shit.
Wait, there's no end. There's an end.
It's time to seal off this side of the catacombs for good. We can't have any of the villagers.
Ah,
in
we gotta get the
swamp sneaking
seals
in
to-
and finding Charles.
Put in those, I guess.
Is that it? What the fuck? You supposed to do something with these? I'm confused.
Hold on. Vanish from my love. Push you in and pull you right back. I forgot you were behind me.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Is this a tile? Yeah, that was a
I
tile.
picked up one of the tiles. Yeah, I was like, wait, there was a tile we didn't pick up.
I was gonna say.
Okay.
So does it match one of the doors or does it?
I think it does
Yeah.
match one of the doors, but we gotta put it, I think, in its slot,
Hmm.
and then it'll open the door.
Swoop, swoop, swoop. Okay.
Oh, yep. It's going down.
This way!
Mm-hmm.
I go this way.
I go in a circle? Yeah, I went in a circle. So I don't like using green. I want to use blue. Okay. Hold on, I will read that in 10 seconds. Yeah, A&B doesn't crave brains, only eat. Yup. Thanks, no thanks, no thanks. Oh my god, it's chasing me! Oh, it's chasing me! Ah, fuck. Asshole. Butt face. Oh. Son of a bitch. No! 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 Does she nibble on you? I do. I do. I've died twice now. I don't know what they want from me. What do you want from me? Well. What are we doing? Find the other tab and place it in the pedestal. I can't now. Oh, hey. Hey!
He's right there.
I don't
He's
know
right
how
there,
to
he's
stop
there.
that guy. Oh, nice. Okay.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I got the other plate.
I think Grumblo is deaf, by the way.
Grumblo
okay,
is
did you
death.
die?
It's a
Was that what
skeleton.
happened?
I died twice.
Oh.
It locked me in a corner and said, hey, you up for schmexy time? And I said no, and it killed me.
Oh, okay. Well, we got the
Then-
next thing.
Oh.
Can
Okay.
we? Okay. Can we take the plates out? And oh no, we can't. was gonna
No,
say,
I
can
already
you
put in
lock
the next
Shems
plate.
in there?
Are you waiting, son? Kind of. Yeah, very spooky. Yes, very spooky. And yeah, we're placing these markers and the glow sticks. But no, one of the cages like closed on me, and then I got bumfucked.
Oh, Charles, I've brought you another little friend. Try not to destroy this one. I went through a lot of trouble to make him.
Weird.
There's already pink glow sticks over here?
Oh shit, let's go. Oh my god. I'm so bad at these games. I'm so lost. Also, thank you for the check-in, Taylor. I thought that was Ghost. Simon. Holding on. Oh. Oh, I found out when I'm scared. I like eating popcorn. How about back the way I was in? There was a key in there that I don't think I picked up. What does this mean? I'm okay, I'll go a different way. I'm so scared. I'm very scared. I'm so scared. Oh my god, this reminds me of something. I don't remember what though. What are all these sounds? Hey, Shems.
Hi.
This is a very scary
I ran
game.
into I ran into a giant pig man. He's kind of
Yeah,
scary.
me too. Well, what's this? What's this puzzle?
I don't know.
Hmm. This one, the top doesn't match anything. This one's a lever. What's this way? Is there a horror and death beyond my greatest? I think I'd rather hang out with Shems. Hey man, I think I'd rather hang out with you. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hope they understand that it means this one is done. I do don't touch. We gotta find more of these things over here. More to puzzle.
Okay, I'll try. Man, this is where the pig man was last time. this way. No, I won't.
Hello.
Hello. The other way had some grumbly mumblies, and I decided not to go that way. Oh, light. Oh, okay.
Oh,
I love stepping on bones. I love stepping on bones. Is there anything I love more than stepping on? Hey, I found another one.
let's see here. Take
Like
a
right, up, down,
picture
left,
of
right.
this Yeah. Take a picture of that real quick, just so I don't have to memorize.
I remember it. Is that the wrong one? Oh, okay. You want this one?
Hey guys.
Right. Hey.
Hey, I was being chased.
Down. What was this one? What was the middle one?
I
It was up, down.
It's this one.
I was being chased by
And
both
this
Skelly
bottom one.
McBones and Meanie Bajini.
Yeah, they suck.
Bottom
should be
one
that
should
one.
This one.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we just need this one then.
What are you trying to do?
We have to
So-
find these like stones that look like this, and then we match them to the pillars. Alright. Well, I think there might be more bony way to go. So,
Hi.
Hello?
or, like, is it all a different path? Maybe.
Where are you?
Other side.
Sunny? Did Mew make something mad?
Yeah, I think
you made
Mew,
Big Pig.
Hello.
Oh, Mew. Oh, I'm so glad you're okay.
Yeah.
We gotta
I'm
find
trying
these
to
stone
that puzzle
tablets.
room I was in.
Okay. I am. I'm good. I'm good. I'll wait here. I think I'm okay. Is there something in here that maybe I missed? Miss the bone guy? We can stay missing the bone guy. Okay. Oh, someone got a cage closed on him. I'm so lost. I'll just stay here. I'll just stay right here. You know, I think the best place for me is right here. Just gonna drink some advanced GG and I'm just gonna vibe right here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. 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 Yum. 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 Huh. Oh. Let's see. Oh, let's make it blue. Let's see. Let's see. So I've gone. Haven't gone this way. I've gone this way. I've gone. I think I'll just draw on the walls, you know. We got a puzzle piece. Another puzzle piece. Another puzzle piece. Oh, maybe we can make like a. Oop, wrong thing. Maybe like a red one. And then we. Oh no. I forgot how to rotate it. Oh, fuck. Let me do that. Oh, it's the mouse wheel. How did I forget? Oop. And this one. And then... and then this one. This is such riveting gameplay, guys. I'll take a white. And then I'll do like a skull. Look at that. Yeah, I'm so good at graffiti, man. Let's do a little green, huh? Oh shit, we should like... Oh wait. Give me the X-Mac. And then we can do like a circle. Yeah, a circle. And we should add in some blue again. And then do like that shape, you know? And maybe like bring in like shape. And just look at that. Look at that beautifully done. And even make it like a little. Yeah, like a. Oh wait, no, that X. So that X looked pretty good. Like a. Well, maybe not. I mean, hey, that's some pretty good art right there, I think. I think I'm meant to be like a graffiti artist, you know? for them. They're being so productive. Mew? Mew? It's like I can still hear her.
Oh, hey, this is the other puzzle.
Hello?
They already finished these
Hello?
two. These two are
Hello?
done.
Hey guys. Hi, I've been here the whole time because the big man keeps camping me. So I was just hiding in here and I made this. I hope you like it.
Oh, it's very lovely.
Thanks. I was so scared. Did you guys find the third stone at all?
No.
We did a puzzle and pulled the lever. We need
Okay,
to finish
okay.
these to pull
Yeah,
the
we need to
levers.
finish this one. Okay, I'm brave again. I can go with you guys. I don't have a flashlight out.
Piggy Pie is down here somewhere. Down there.
This way? We didn't go this way. This is caved in. And this way. That's the one. Well, Lane just needs, you know, human interaction every now and again, and then I'll be okay. And I can be brave.
So this is sideways triangle. Yeah. That way was.
Okay. Okay. I don't really know what to do about that guy. Oh my god, a cobweb scared me. I remember going in here, but we didn't go further, I guess. It was a dead end. A lot of bones. Oh! Look at me again. Oh. Left, right, down, right, down, right. Left, right, down, right, down, right. Left, right, down, right, down, right. Left, right, down, right, down. Down, right, left, right, down, right, down, right. Left, right, down, right, down, right, left, right, down, right. God damn it. Son of a bitch. I swear that guy can smell me from a mile away. It's probably because I'm a zombie and I'm rotten, but still. I gotta make my way all the way back down there. I gotta go back. I gotta go back through the main door, right? This way? I think so. No, not this one. Hey, Shums. Okay. Go this way. Ah, my braid. Thank you for the whack. Did they do it? They did it. Oh my god. Wait for me, guys. I'm coming. Wait for me. It's this way. But at least you had a cheat sheet, right, Vex? You know? So at least there's definitely some that you got right. Sounds great. If only I knew where that other lever was. True, and I could somewhat work with what I had because it was multiple choice. That's good. Oh, man. Where I'm going. I'll just go this way. This is the big room, yeah. I don't think I've seen that room before. Is this something? Looks like this one's already done. There's no glow sticks down here, though. Looks like I just led back to the... But I feel like this maze might lead to another way. Up. Okay. So that's this way. Go this way. This way. It's the way I came from. Oh man. Okay. Oh. Um, Okay. I am so lost. Hmm. And that just leads back to that. Did I finish going down this way? I don't know. Fucking Christ. Hello?
Hi.
Hey, hi.
Sorry,
You
we
can't
were
go that
dicking
way
around
anymore.
upstairs,
It's caged off.
Oh, okay. Okay. And I thought I heard Pig Boy down the other way.
This is hard.
I know, we gotta find one more puzzle. Oh yeah, this was the puzzle room. I found that puzzle. Crunch.
Bunch of bones beneath our feet. Yeah, there's one of the puzzles that was in here.
Yep.
It's just led to a dead end. Yeah. Be this way? Just loops back, it seems.
Oh yeah, and then that's the way I went, because I see my pink one all the way over there. Maybe there's something I missed.
You know, I never complained about glowing objects in games, you know? Like a little sign.
This way. Oh no, this is
Mew?
I saw a skeleton.
There's a pig guy, I think, down that way.
Shoot. Hi Fox, thanks for the backpack.
See another one of yours here.
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, I hear ghosts.
Ghost. Ghost.
We're in the one Hi.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hi.
Ooh.
I'm trying to find the next puzzle
Shims,
area.
you jump scared me. You were like AFK, and like I saw you around a corner, and you were just standing there, very spooky.
Oh yeah, we fucked with him a little bit. I was saying we were trying to find the next puzzle room.
Yeah, I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, I think this lower section was literally for those puzzles, so I think it might be somewhere upstairs.
Upstairs?
Yeah.
I use a different. I'm using red.
Okay.
It's this way.
I'll come with you, wife.
Okay. These are catacombs. So we still. Yeah, okay. We just need one more lever.
We're
Yeah, I
using
found
the
the
red.
Yeah,
What?
Lynn's using red. Well, we
Red.
haven't really been using them for dead ends, and plus hers are heart shaped, so we know hers are hers.
Okay.
Maybe we need to go down a different gate.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, is this the one that I was in? Oh, hey.
Hello. Uh-uh.
Son of a bitch! I hate this game.
Good luck.
Bye, Shams.
Bye-bye.
Fuck. Oh, man. Mhm. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna find the last one, guys. Oh, shit. So the dead end.
Hello?
Hello?
What?
Wife? Wife? Wife?
I
Me?
just heard you. Hello?
Hello?
Are you on the other side of the wall?
I think so.
Oh shit.
I'm back from Morbez. Welcome back.
Hold on.
Okay. Well. Do you want me to keep making noise? Oh, where to go? Think I went this way? Oh, how is Borderlands? Which Borderlands are you playing, Buster? I'm lost. I'm so lost in the dark abyss that is this maze. I don't know if I will be able to make it out. Borderlands 2. That's one of my favorites. Hello?
Hello?
Hey! Okay, alright, cool.
I got double teamed by skeletons. Hell hey.
Hello.
I
Unfortunate.
got double teamed by some skeletons.
Yeah, Mr. Skellebone is down that way.
Everything looks the same to me now. I don't know if the ways I'm going are different or the same. Or... Do I mean the fourth one? Fuck yeah, Buster. Hope you enjoyed the new one. I don't know if I'm gonna play the new one. Like 50-50.
The new what?
New Borderlands.
Oh yeah, I had a friend that offered to give it to me for cheap, but I didn't want to play it.
Yeah, because like, I like it, but I'm also like, it's not as fun as it used to be.
Oh, this is the first place.
Okay.
Because that's where I got the first thing
Key?
to put into the
Alright, well, it looks like there's no other ways out of here other than just going back.
yeah.
I will say it is very, very comforting to see a big path of just glow sticks.
Yeah. Alright, well, this at least goes up. Oh, I think this is where I got double teamed.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I hear him. There's the other one. Fucking skeletons everywhere, dude.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now we're back here. Gosh dang it.
Oh.
Where's the next one? Oh yeah, this is. There you go.
Gotta do it to the cheese shrine, you know? Gotta
Yeah.
contribute. Why won't you let us out? Please.
No,
is
we
you
have
think?
all the keys.
Ugh. Okay.
And then Shems might have to leave soon, so then it's just the three of us trying to find it. Running past. Oh, motherfucker. That should be illegal.
Mm.
I think we have to go down the right side.
Okay. I don't know what that was.
Oh, well,
Alright,
we're
so we
sinking.
have to go this way.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything though, because they can walk through the gates.
Oh.
I fucking watched
Oh.
one do it, and I was like, "You bitch."
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's kind of bullshit.
Okay. Is there any another gate, or is this just the okay? That's just the entrance. All right. I guess
thought
we're here.
there? I thought it was another set of doors. Oh, this one doesn't have markers. Really? Well, there's one. But... Just catacombs.
Run, 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 run.
Go. Oh, fuck! Ah, you dirty, dirty pig. Okay. We will make it. That's all that I could hope for. This game is hard as fuck, bro. I'm a little baby, got a little baby brain. I wasn't made for this. I wasn't made for this. I think these were keyways. Who's the butcher? Okay, so there's 4 sets of doors. There's 4 sets of doors. Yeah, that makes sense. There's 8 things in total, which would mean there's 1 in every doorway. Probably. Okay, so I'm gonna just mark the ways that I'm going. Oh, shit! Insert 5 keys. What do you mean? Well, at least we have all the keys, yeah? So we just gotta insert them. So that shouldn't be a big deal. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Where are these keys being put?
I Honey's doing them all.
Mm, okay. Go through the exit gate. Go through the exit gate. Yeah, no, there's more.
I guess I found it.
Good job. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for getting
remember-
us out of
so,
that
remember We
hellscape.
found that big like pit that had all those bones in it.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, there's nothing down here. There was actually a door
Hello,
to the
Shippy.
right that was glowing. That had like glowing like symbols above it. And so I went in there and then found the maze that I think Shims and Ghost had been in, but they hadn't been all the way through it. And so I found an area they hadn't gone through, and so I went in, and there was the place where you put all the keys. So I put in the keys and opened the thing and pulled the lever.
Good job.
man.
Yeah, I didn't think that was actually the exit.
Looks like there's a storm coming. I best get through here quick. I know these areas flood often.
Don't worry, fellas. I'll lead the way. I swear to God, if there's things in these waters. I swear to God!
I was already playing Biohazard.
There's a note here if anybody wants to read it.
Oh, me.
It's right here. It's on the barrel.
It says me.
Get up. Damn storm has flooded the area again. I'm not sure of the damage, but someone was down by the crypt again. It's probably Jim. He's the only one big enough to match the silhouette. I really hope it hasn't been damaged. We keep it sealed for a reason. It'll take a look tomorrow when the water lowers. Wyatt.
Are we gonna have to wade through the water?
God.
Are we gonna have to wade through this water? I don't want to wade through this water. It's like one of my fears to wade through swamp water. Water where I can't
Same.
see the bottom of it.
Oh, trust me, Sam.
Oh, is that a door?
No.
Oh! Do glow
Oh,
sticks?
and we
Will
can
glow sticks
barely
even
see the
work
glow
here?
sticks. Barely.
Oh, you can, yeah, okay.
I'll BRB, guys.
Oh, son of a bitch. I had a nightmare about something like this like a few days ago. It's great. It's great. But there ain't be no crocodiles in these waters. Effective update. Find a way through the gate. This is the
Find a
gate.
way through the gate. Ah, okay.
Okay.
So we gotta find the key.
Son of a bitch! You motherfuckers! Fuck you! I'm gonna go on the grass. You know, crocodiles in the grass. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, I'm so scared.
I'm with you. We just gotta get around to to this. We just gotta get right here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh. Oh. What's this do?
I'm sick of these gators. I swear these fuckers are getting bigger too. I saw one today the size of some of our fishing boats. The storm's coming, and I really don't want those things swimming around if it floods. If you see a broken fence, report it, Jim.
There's a lock thing here, and then we're gonna have to open.
Oh,
I
and
flicked
bolt
this thing
cutters.
on, but I don't know what it did.
Oh?
Or off. Oh. I think it turned on lights.
So we need to find a key for that. Hey, we need to find a key that opens this thing in here for the bolt cutters.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this map. This one's low-key kind of diabolical.
Do we have to like go into the swamp?
Yeah, I don't wanna.
Yeah.
It looks. Oh, there's another house right over there, out across from us.
Oh, there's a gator in there.
Where?
What do you mean?
I saw him all the way off in the distance. He was moving around.
You did not.
Yeah, I did. He was just past the fog.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Alright. I'm so stressed. Key? Is there a key in here? Is there a key? There's a crowbar. I found a crowbar.
Hell yeah.
Oh, we need that.
We beat the fucking crocodile with it?
I mean, that would seem like it would be a good idea.
I think the
Oh, there's another
Super
boathouse over
Crocs.
there. Oh, no, that's just the other side of the fence where we came from. But there is something over there on fire. Due to the severity of the storm, we will be evacuating to a site where the facilities police meet down by the dock on Saturday at noon. We will need volunteers to keep the sawmill running, as well as the man of the sluice gates to prevent severe flooding from occurring. If interested, please let us know before Saturday. We will not be returning until after the storm is passed and conditions are safe to do so. Don't be late.
Conditions seem pretty safe to do so. Could they come get us, maybe?
Yeah. Come on, let's go
Sky's
down this
pretty
way.
clear.
Oh, Shems is already headed that way. Okay.
Yeah, to the burn. Ooh. Burning pile, burning pile. Okay.
Oh, there's another house right there, I think.
Oh, we're getting it.
Come on, wife.
I'm right behind you. Oh,
We got this. We got this.
oh,
we got
it's
this.
so scary.
We got this. We got this. There's a pile up to the right we can jump on.
All right.
See, and then now we just gotta go right over there, okay?
Okay.
There we go. Nothing here. Let's go upstairs.
A lot of blood here.
I know, I don't like it either. Hi.
The fuck are you doing, bro?
Oh,
Is there anything in here?
No.
I got a key. I got
Oh,
a
Oh.
gotta-
I wonder
Got
if
a
that's
key.
the key for the
yeah, we gotta
the bolt
go.
cutters. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Gotta head
Gotta go
back
back.
again. What's nice is we share stuff.
Yep. Alright.
Okay, I'm behind you guys, so if I get attacked, it's okay.
It's not okay.
Oh fuck!
Up here, up here, up here, up here.
Oh my god! What?
I need everyone to know that that was a scream of pure terror.
Come here.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, it's coming back!
Oh fuck!
Dude, that's kind of funny though, the way you kind of. That's kind of funny though. Shems, come crawl. Come
I
crawl.
know where you guys are.
Okay.
Help!
I got you. It's coming back, it's coming back.
I got his aggro! Yo, that shit's fucking terrible. No!
We all died. It's okay, we can get
Shems?
to the door we can get to the door quicker.
Oh yeah, smart. That's actually smart. Oh, that's so smart. Okay, alright. Where did Ghost go?
I think they went to go get dinner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're
It's
going
okay,
to
they'll-
I think.
They'll come back. No,
I think
I
so.
don't they'll come back and they won't even have to touch this level. You know?
But yeah, we gotta go this way.
Oh, but our lights are this way. Wait.
Oh yeah, there we go.
That
Well,
shit's
we only
spooky.
have to get to the first house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is literally like right here. So it's like.
yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, you know what? It's better than yeah, we gotta go around. That's right. That was really funny. I wish there was a slight cooldown, but it's fine.
God damn, the rumbling of that gator is fucking terrifying, though.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go!
Nice. All right, let's get out of here.
We just gotta go back to that.
Back.
Where is he? See?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off the over here.
Oh, smart. Outsmarting a gator.
Yeah, fuck you, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Shims is already through.
Nice. Why is there more?
Someone's been putting up weird amulets all over. If anyone sees one, please take it down. We've already accused of being of a cult of the way we live out here. They look like this. Wild.
Alright.
Find an amulet, like a necklace of any kind. Pick it up.
Says the dock is. Oh. Okay.
Oh, lovely.
That's not. That's kind of gross. Alright, that's fine.
Yep. I want to know what other abomination is
What's
out here.
happening? What happened? What happened to you?
There's a species of super leech out here.
Yeah, I hear
What?
it. What the fuck? Oh, I hear them. Oh, just keep running. Oh my god, just keep running.
Oh! Oh my god. You got that, Shems? You got him. You got him. Oh my god, that's so gross.
Ah, ah.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm behind you.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, it's gone now. Okay.
Okay.
Decided to fuck off, I guess.
Okay, we got
Oh, good lord. Objective updated. Find sluice gate parts?
Sluice. Sluice gate.
What's a sluice gate?
Here are the sluice gates. Okay.
What is a big gate part look like?
Sluice gates are these things, yeah. Fuel the boats, and
Find
then we gotta
fuel.
find keys for the boats, and then fuel the boats.
I don't much appreciate that there's stairs going down into the water.
Yeah, come on, let's go this way.
Okay. Okay. Objective updated. Oh, we found the
Ships must have
keys.
found a key. Okay.
Okay, this
Alright.
way looks blocked off, yeah. Alright.
Oh yeah, there's shims.
I'm just gonna go this way since he's going that way.
Yeah.
It's Big Ben. It's Big Ben. It's Big Ben.
This must have been where you found the keys.
Oh. Okay, that's gross. Alright.
There's a house up here.
Maybe this will have some gasoline. Wow, that water does not look safe.
Oh, hi, James.
Hello.
Oh, it's a safe
I think
house.
I think the water is electrified.
Heard someone down by the docks tonight, and it didn't sound at all like an animal. I've heard before in these parts. Could it be the thing that Kenny swore he saw out in the swamp? Trying to remember how he described it, some sort of swamp dog or something. And then again, he's always claiming he's seen some sort of monster out in the swamp. Either way, I'm keeping away from the docks for a few days. Something's been into the fish barrels, and I'm not taking any chances.
Smart. Smart.
Yeah.
At least we know our lives reset because we found a checkpoint.
Yeah. Ah, this is the. Oh, hey, it's open now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Which I don't know if we have to go back that way or not yet.
Oh, okay. The water's not electrified anymore. This is nice. You know, the wide open swamp.
Yeah.
Alright, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
It's like Shems has been in here. Oh,
One
what's
step
this?
ahead of us.
What idiot? Oh fuck, I can't read that. What idiot wired up those houses? These fuse. Oh, this is how Shems turned off the power in the water.
Okay.
Is there a thing over here?
Oh, he must have found a checkpoint.
Doesn't seem like there's anything up here.
Oh yeah, this is
Well,
just the
there's
other
an-
side.
Yeah, it's just a nice vantage point. Hmm.
Oh, we have to go under here, I think.
Oh, gross. Oh, we found one fuel. Oh, this is a
we were just in
checkpoint. Okay. So where do we go next?
I guess just back down this way.
What the fuck? What do you mean? Nah!
Well, I think we found the dog thing.
Ew, you're so gross! And
What the
ugly.
fuck?
Man. Hmm.
Well, we found where we needed to go.
Yep.
Hi, Mooney. We are not winning.
I mean, we got pretty far. It's just being a little BSy right now. Fucking, that's so mean, Elaine. Lemon, it kicked my ass. What do you want from me? Okay.
So he has one of the.
Hey, Shems, be careful. There's a swamp puppy. Go in the greenhouse.
Alright, checkpoint saved.
Kick it back. Stop using words. Your hands are E-rated for everyone. That's valid. Found a gasoline. Yeah, but you know, that's not, you know, it's unfortunately, even though I have a crowbar, it unfortunately really isn't an option for me here. Fucking Christ. Okay. Found a part over here. Where am I going? Oh my goodness.
It's just the wind and the street and the stonework, but still gives me the creeps even being near that damn thing. Wyatt.
Find anything in here?
Just a litter of a guy going crazy. Is Shems getting eaten by the
Understandable.
bugs again? No, Shems is like powering through this. Oh, no, never mind. I think he just died.
Oh, well.
Oh, there's
Another
a house
house.
back here.
There's a few of them. Check out this
Oh, yeah, just so
one.
you know, Shems did call you a hag.
Me? Or Mooney?
No,
That's crazy.
no, he called Mooney a hag.
Oh, okay. There's nothing in there, I think. Part.
Nice.
No.
Got 5 out of
There's
10.
another letter in here.
Oh shit. Alright, coming. We've almost done a full circle.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is a long one. April 4th, 1959. That crazy old coot fur lady came through the tunnel again. She's losing it, screeching about sealing off the catacombs and threatening to kill us all. This must be the oldest person in the state by now. Something was definitely up with her this time, though. She seems so distant and aggressive. Maybe she's going to kick the bucket soon. Nobody's going to be able to get to her if she needs help, especially with all those damned hedges and gates she has covering everywhere. We've done what she's asked. The stone is in place. You need a battering ram to get the thing down. Not that it bothers us. Ain't none of us stepping in that cursed tunnel. The noises we hear, it sends shivers down all our spines.
That's great.
God damn it!
You're a fucking bad dog.
Bad dog.
Bad dog. Hey, what?
Hi.
Though I didn't even see him around the corner.
I know. I was hiding.
Hey, Chums.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, Shims.
Chums is AFK.
So we need to find 2 more fuels and 1 more part.
Yeah.
Where are we?
I don't know. What? Oh no!
Well, that was great.
Get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me.
That was like my worst.
Oh, son of a bitch!
This is turning into a horrible experience.
Shams! Hey, life.
I'm gonna try to revive
We
you.
have, we have 1 life left.
I know. That sounds like let me revive you. Okay, the bug is up there.
Asshole.
I know. We don't have no bug repellent. Alright, let's just run. Oh, we're this area.
Is this a good thing?
I don't remember.
The bug is back, the bug is back, the bug is back.
I'm running. Ugh.
Okay. Oh my god.
Oh my god, wait.
I'm sorry. It keeps pausing. Alright, we gotcha.
Okay, let's go.
Nice. Oh my god, Shem scared the shit out of me. I remember being down here. Oh man. upstairs loud as shit. We're good. Just need to find one more. You just need to find one more fuel.
Yep, and I found that last piece upstairs.
Nice, okay. Oh.
Alright.
Oh, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. Ow! Fuck! It's so gross! Me you out. No. I'm coming. I'm coming. Thank you. Oh no.
I hear it. I hear it. I'm inside, I'm
Oh,
inside.
thank God. What the fuck is this? This is literally nothing.
Motherfucker. Alright, let's go this way. Another nothing.
Yes. Oh my God. Okay.
Okay, and now we just gotta go back to the gates.
Fucking son of a cunt. Sorry.
It's okay, it scared me too.
Okay. Okay.
Remember
There's a
how
burning
we're- okay, we need to get back to the other side.
Maybe that's why the checkpoint kept saving, because Shems was going in between the two checkpoints.
Oh, maybe. Okay, now we gotta book it back across. So we can't go through the fire, I don't think. I forgot which way we need to go.
I also forget.
Maybe this way. Let's check to see what's in here.
Okay.
Nothing in here.
Oof. Okay. Will you? Nope, 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 nope.
Okay, we're getting the checkpoint. I think we gotta go
Hello.
back out
Oh.
that way.
Hey, hey, we did
Metal.
all the
Alright, so
stuff.
we
Can
gotta
you
go
take us back to the
repair,
dock?
Yeah.
I don't know where that is.
You son of a
Or
bitch.
back to those gates we gotta repair. I think it's back this way.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. This looks like the town
Oh, I
that we
think it
almost
took
did a
us-
full circle in.
Yeah, yeah, okay, never mind. I went the wrong way. We gotta go this way.
I think it's over this way.
Yeah,
Be
yeah,
careful
okay,
of
this
the
way.
dog.
Nope. Oh yeah, cause look, it's up there.
Yes.
Through here?
Think so. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. We're just on the other side of it. Back this way.
Gotta go this way then? Oh,
Oh,
please just let us across. Oh wait, we have to go under the thing, right?
yeah. This way?
Oh, okay. Well, at least we know we'd survive in a survival situation. You know,
Yeah.
not so bad.
Oh, okay. This is one. Okay.
Oh, right, because we gotta go back across. Oops.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
'Cause the water was electrified and then Shems turned it off.
Yeah.
Oh, all my years of Minecraft parkour finally paying off. Not actually, I was actually really bad at Minecraft parkour. Okay. Then the docks. Yeah, we just gotta go this way. It's a beautiful night outside of where we're at, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, here we are. Okay, here we are. This is one of them.
Awesome.
Alright, now we gotta go to the other ones.
More than one gate? Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, there's these ones. And then other side. Hi, Box.
Nice.
Nice. And then find the dock.
Or is this not the... Huh?
Technically, no. I think it's back down, like, this way? Because we have to follow those signs that say dock.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So we gotta go
The
this
dock
way.
is this way.
But it's barred off.
Oh, remember the stairs? Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, here we go. Remember the stairs we found on the other side? You were like, I don't like that there's stairs going to the water.
Yeah. Okay. I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. So we need to go back this way.
So is the dog and the alligator gonna like duke it out, or?
I don't know, but I have a feeling we gotta be careful with alligators. Ooh.
Well,
okay.
I mean, it's empty now.
I don't like that though. This part isn't.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I hope, you know, I
Maybe
hope
to
doing
the
the storm.
left.
Yeah, I hope the story mode gives us a lot of tokens.
I hope so.
Oh yeah, we gotta go this way.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then there's another dock sign up here. There's
Yep.
a note over there.
We're gonna ignore the note. Ah, we can't ignore the note.
You know, if you ever don't want to read them, you don't
The storm
have
is
to.
horrific. Only just made it down across the bridge before the tree came down. Fuck you, Joan.
Yeah, Joan. I think Joan's the bad guy all along, you know?
Yeah, she's making shit hard for us. Oh god, is it bugs again? Oh.
I'm not seeing any bugs currently. But there is cover, so...
Oh, what's this?
The radio is a save point? Oh, yes.
Point. Nice. Now I gotta go in here.
Shems! Hey, man!
Uh,
I thought you were a goner!
I was fighting for my life out there. Oh my god, that was scary.
Well,
Yeah,
welcome.
Them bugs and
Now we're gonna
everything.
be fighting for our lives in here.
There's a dog. 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 There's a dog.
It
I don't-
doesn't have good hearing, but it's very good at looking. Like, it can see things.
Create a route across the sun. Hey Jim, here's a couple instructions in case you get stuck. Bring the log from the winch. Open up the log clamps. Use the control panel to move a log into the caddy. Secure the clamps. Gently push the caddy through the middle. So we have to unlock that caddy downstairs. There's like something.
There you go. Chums, move. Where are we cutting this?
Did you guys just get into the stand in AFK for a while, so it might have disconnected you.
Why are we cutting the wood?
I don't know.
Oh! Let's go.
Look at us. A hill and a half. I'll tell you that. Swamps suck. There's a lot of blood.
That, yup. Chums, come on.
I don't like, oh yeah, there's one over there. Look. To the right.
Oh, yeah. He's smaller, though. Not that
Yeah.
matters, really, though, to be fair.
Oh, he's on the other side.
I don't like the swamp puppies.
Oh, I think we have to unlock this gate from right here. Oh yeah, they're going. Do we have to stay with it?
I got you.
Thank you. Thank you. What happened? Why can't we move it? Oh, it's because it's this thing. We gotta go this way. Miyu, come on!
Oh shit.
Yeah, come on. What the fuck? No, I'm confused.
Yeah, that's just the front.
Why won't it let me pick you up? Let me pick you up. Okay, you got it, okay.
It's over there. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
What the fuck are we supposed to do? Whoa! I thought I could go around. Damn, that's a swamp puppy and a half. I think I got Chums. I don't think we have any more lives left. Oh, it sucks. Oh, it sucks so much, monkey balls. That's crazy. Oh, man.
We got so
Guess we
far.
can get we can go back in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's new ones. Complete a case against Crypt Zombies. Find a reroll token. Complete a case against Pigman. Complete a case under
Oh, it
10
didn't give us
minutes.
any tokens.
Again, Binky Bonky, Willy Wonky. That shit,
Well,
spooky.
oh, okay. Let's just start back off at chapter 5 if we wanted.
Oh, this game's so spooky.
No. Keep just pissing myself. I'm kidding. I might give us a break though, so I can go to the bathroom.
Sounds
Okie
good.
dokie.
Yeah, I'll just take a quick bathroom break then.
Okay. Be right back, guys.
Bathroom break.
Bye.
We're back, Chad. We're back. We're gonna do some quick ones while Ghost is eating dinner.
Yeah, we back. Alright. Ghost is not here, so let's do cases.
Righty.
I don't think we've done the windmill one, and it has a seal on it, so let's try that.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Oh, it's a corn maze. How? It's a corn maze. Very, seasonal.
Very in the season. You are correct, my wife.
Alright, let's get going.
I have Ghosts unmuted on Discord just so I can hear from them when they're back.
Smart. Hello, Mr. Mans. Ooh.
Oh, my goodness.
Set fire to the well.
gasoline.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't want me to jump in that well-lessy? Alright.
That well, let's see. Jesus Christ.
It'll look jumpable, you know? It's kind of inviting. I like that the main story started out with us just being like festival staff members.
Yeah, and then it just keeps evolving into more and more. Oh, hey.
Ooh. Nice. Any loot?
This is just a safe house, nothing in it.
No tickets. No tickets.
Wonder if Shem's found it. No, he would have left thingies.
Oh no! Ew! I'm in its ribcage! I was in its ribcage. Hey, Shams.
Hello. What
Found
happened
a
here?
big
Oh, what
monster
the
with glowing
fuck?
eyes, and I found a gas can.
Nice.
So we gotta find one more.
I found a cosmetic.
A cosmetic.
Okay, he's going after Shems.
Yep.
Oh, dead end. Wow, there's a safe house right there, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
This way to that end.
No. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Oh, you honky tonk. Ow! So he could just be any of the scarecrows? I like it. Oh. Oof. Wait, I can go back. I could go get damn. Hello.
Hello.
Did the scarecrow get you?
Yeah. There's so many dead ends.
I guess that's the very typical of a corn maze, though.
Yeah.
Oh, just dead ends. Yeah, it's a well.
Oh, we gotta fill the well with gasoline.
Oh, okay. Dead end. Nope, this is another dead end. That's crazy. No, no, not again, please. Leave me alone. No, don't chase me around the well. Urgh. The monsters are more, sometimes, in some cases, more infuriating than scary. I wonder if they all have weaknesses. I don't feel like they do. Ghost back. I think. Hello, Ghost. Missed you, Ghost. Welcome back. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's a safe house.
Let's go.
Well, Ghost is back. If you want, we can try to
You
finish
just-
this. Or do we just quit?
I kind of just want to play the story.
Yeah, okay. Let's go back. Hi.
Hi. Let's get Ghost in here.
Oh, let me.
Woo! Oh,
yeah,
Meg.
that's what I was like. Maybe it's because we're in the game, but okay. Ghost is here.
Alright, continue chapter 5. Mio, could you do me a favor before we go in there, though?
Yes, my dear.
Could you go to the backpack and add a flashlight that I bought?
We have 7 tickets.
Hopefully we'll get a fuck ton from finishing the story. Do you see the flashlight in there? I don't know if it's shared inventory actually.
I don't see it, no.
Damn,
For
that's
the
crazy.
daily objectives, it's only
Mm,
for like
keep
the
it
small
going.
cases.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We can just go if you want.
No, so we were almost done with that chapter 5. I want to finish chapter 5.
No, yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, like, you don't have to do the
Yeah,
loadout
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
You just...
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. We're at the checkpoint.
Woo! Be careful,
Oh, we gotta get
ghost.
upstairs. Oh no, the gate's open. Oh, so it left us off of what the stuff we did.
Oh, okay. Hog?
How do you avoid it?
Yes. I don't know. Gems, how do you avoid the dog?
How do you avoid the puppy?
Just stay out of his line of sight, I guess. Any hearing. But he's good vision. Fuck. I did not see him.
Anyway. I think we're safe up here.
Ah, shit! Okay, it's a baby one. It is a baby one. That's cool. But they vary in size. What do you mean we have... What do you mean? Uh-oh. Well... More than you. We did have to redo the log.
Hi.
There's a puppy downstairs.
Yeah.
I should probably tell them I'm dead, huh?
Oh, I might be stupid.
The
I
puppy
found
is
one
like
of the
right by
ambulance,
the
by the way.
stairs, by the way.
Yeah, he's down here.
There he is. Where'd we go?
He's over there.
I see him.
I'm just gonna eat my popcorn. English. Oh. There's the boat, Chems. We found the boat. Let's go. Shems, get on that boat. Shems, get on that boat.
Ah, fuck.
questions. Fuck yeah, bro. Oh, what is this?
I get it. We were supposed to.
Whoa.
Okay.
I
We're
pretty
literally
much
just
carried us
supposed to come
that
down.
round, guys.
Yeah, we just needed to leave, it looks like. Spray paint.
Oh, I found an ID card. Oh, there's a bunch of
and then
ID cards. That's our collectibles.
This
Oh,
this
ID
level
card.
is a very long one,
Oh, no.
and we've got if I remember correctly, there's no checkpoints.
Hi.
Well, good luck. We also have no more lives, I think. Well, it's a new level, so maybe we have lives?
Yeah, we
Nope. Oh, yeah, we got.
What's this stuff? Okay.
That big motherfucker that was walking around turned into a
Uh-huh.
tentacle monster.
Whoa, there's multiple of them.
Oh yeah, I just saw one.
What the fuck? Oh, there's an ID card up here.
I'm coming. Jesus Christ, this is a big way up.
Mm. A lot of stairs. Right here.
Thank you, bye.
I think this game has made me so scared. I'm just shoving popcorn in my face. I think that's a pretty appropriate
popcorn's
response for
good, but
fear.
I'd have to clean my popcorn maker.
Mm. Okay, we just need iron fillings and thermite.
If any of them touch you, he makes a beeline right to you.
That's a lot of tentacle. You be careful.
I know, I saw.
Any magnesium strips in here? I don't think so.
Oh, ID over here.
Ooh. I don't like how squishy this mud is. Oh, whoa, be careful, be careful. There's tentacles in the wind.
Careful,
Hi,
there's
guys.
2 of them.
Yeah, we see him.
Create thermite. Guys, behind you! Alright. Huh? Did we make it?
I think so.
This mud is so gross.
Squishy, squishy, squishy.
Oh.
I thought this level was supposed to be long.
Oh,
Due to
there's a
alleged
lot more.
dangers
This
in the
is
vicinity, the Fur family silver mine is closed until further notice. Trespassers found
there's
within
still
the
an
mine will be
entire
prosecuted
mine
for
that
the
we've
full
got to go
extent
through.
in the law.
Oh, Ghost, you're gonna love the mine because you're colorblind.
Oh. There's Grungle. He's over there.
Guess what happens to our flashlights?
Oh.
Smash.
I don't like the squelching.
Uh-oh.
Kind
I
of like
got
his
kicked.
tentacles. He's got a lot of them.
I know. Oh, hey, they got the generator going.
Oh. Oh, there's the things over here. Herschel's
We're supposed to listen to
dead.
them while they play him.
Well, fuck. Heard he was wandering around that place at night when we were asleep. Not sure what he was doing, but he caused a cave-in down a section of mine. All we could see
Oh.
was his hand.
Wife got
Huh?
kicked.
Uh-oh.
Might have to restart it. Hold on.
Maybe.
Oh, I don't want them to have to restart.
No, not invite to watch. Okay, yeah, let's just restart. Hold on.
I guess they did just start the next level. Oh. Hello. Sorry. I don't know what happened. It just kicked me. Alright, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Unfortunately, we will have to redo that again.
I'm sorry.
This section is very long. I remember where everything is because.
Well, it kept everything we've saved, it looked like. Looks like we don't
we
have
just
to
gotta go
redo it,
back to the
actually. We
game.
just have to open it, yeah.
Oh yeah, we just didn't find a space, like a spot checkpoint to stand, like a safe house or anything.
Rumbo is over there.
You mean my boyfriend?
Lulu, are you planning on kissing that Oh. There's one to our right.
That's my boyfriend.
Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Very nice boyfriend. He seems very nice.
Yeah. Ghost?
Oh, Ghost is over there. Ghost went around. Hey, Ghost.
Okay.
I had to run around him.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I'm ready to go down to the caves.
Hold on. I didn't get to read this one.
Okay.
Now that we've moved our whole operation here, we need to decide what to do with the old silver mine to recover some of our losses. Before we purchased the land, it was zoned to have a system of catacombs built. As far as I know, the townspeople don't have a proper cemetery for their loved ones. This may not be a bad idea. Herschel's dead.
Yeah, Herschel just
Damn.
died.
Yeah,
Damn,
we
poor
read the
Herschel.
note where Herschel died, and then I got to read Herschel's note. Hold on. Oh, ID card.
Oh.
Over there. On the shelf.
Oh. Nice.
Okay.
Let me Okay.
Let's
So,
go.
I don't know if I'm be able to do this part if our flashlights go out.
No,
I
we
don't
have
think
a
any of us can do this
flashlight.
part if our flashlights go out.
We have a flashlight, but it's got an orange tint on it.
What the fuck?
Oh. Oh.
Oh, miner's light.
swear this elevator is a death trap. Wouldn't surprise me if it snapped clean off his wire one day. Claude. Oh, really, Claude?
Really, Claude?
Oh, I don't like this light.
My Shams was saying you wouldn't like it.
There's a big miner guy.
There's a what?
Ah! ID card in this bucket. What is the miner guy? Is he like deaf or blind or smelly?
He relies on line of sight, and then he reacts to your light as well. So if he sees it, he starts making a run towards you.
Oh, how do we... Is there a way to turn it off, like, in a moment's notice?
No, you just gotta cycle your inventory.
I've sealed off the door so none can suffer what I have, and put in place a mechanism as another layer of protection.
Oh, hi, Andy.
The cranks were ready
Hey, Andy.
around the mine. That should do the trick to keep people out.
Labyrinth is labyrinthin. Here you go. You nice and clean now, darling? Good. Well, come on in.
I'm gonna go this way. They're going that way. I'll go this way.
Hey, I'm coming with you.
That's dynamite. I don't trust that. I don't trust that. I don't trust that.
no.
Let's go this way. Let's go this way. They were right.
It's big
they
boy.
were
It was
right.
big boy.
It's a bigger boy. Okay.
I'm gonna keep my light off. I'm just gonna follow you.
Okay, that's a dead end.
Oh, ID card.
Oh, fuck. Wait. He's coming.
Now we can go the other way.
Yup. Where's the... Oh, there's the way. Ooh, okay. We're going this way.
Yeah, because we
Yeah.
had started going this way.
Find cranks. We gotta find some cranks. We found a crank.
We'll go 6.
Let's
there's
loop
just
back to
circle
the
back
beginning.
around.
That looks like it. Yep.
Yeah, this way.
Oh, lovely. A wide open space. What's that? What is this? Oh, I guess I didn't need to crouch.
I'm going balls in, no lights.
Very
Oh, check
brave. Oh, is that a crank?
Yeah, I found one.
Oh, nice. I like seeing that the player died and then seeing like Ghost and Shem's like mics light up. It's very funny.
Mm. So yeah, let's go this way. What's nice is following you without my light on is that I can try to hide if he kills you and then pick you up.
Good teamwork. See another light.
They can hear you, but they can't hear Elaine and I. Yeah. Oh. Fucking. No idea actually.
What's up?
Andy was asking if the monster could hear us.
I don't.
I tend to be quiet.
Shems was saying something about line of sight kind of thing.
Yeah. As long as, like, we don't use our lights, he doesn't react to them, apparently. Okay, dead end.
Oh, key card, or ID card though, in the coal.
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, it changed this thing. I was like, what? Alright, I guess this way? Oh, there's an arrow on here. There's an arrow on one of the boards.
Mew?
I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, shit. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's a support beam.
It's this way. See lights ahead?
Fuck yeah. Another open room.
ID. Been hearing some noises at the walls lately. Boss says to ignore them and don't know what it is, but it ain't natural, I tell you, says Henry. Alright, where's our next way going?
I think we gotta go back.
Oh, is this a dead end?
I think so. Yeah, it looks like it. A room for lore.
Yeah. Unless they had already been here, but I doubt it.
Nah, they would have hopefully dropped glow sticks.
I'm gonna drop red ones.
Okie dokie. I'll drop red ones too then.
At least till we get to that turn.
Alright.
Yeah, we get like infinite amount of glow sticks.
It's the best. Okay, there's an arrow saying going to the right, so I guess we could
So let's go.
go to the right, yeah.
Just gotta try to stay relatively close to each other, just in case another cave-in happens.
Okay. Wanna go to the red light?
Yeah, let's go towards the red light. We still gotta find 2 out of 4.
Yep. I feel like I see a light up ahead and like I'm nervous. I think it makes me nervous. That's just a lantern.
Okay, it's just a hand. Yeah. Big arrow on the wall pointing this way.
Alright.
I like how sometimes they'll just see me chucking a fucking glow stick.
Right.
I think it like hits my leg.
I like that you can tell how fast we're clicking by the amount of glow sticks.
Big arrow.
It's another big arrow. I wish the end of the stories would like show you like the maze like ways that you've been going. Like in the short games, it like shows you.
Yeah. Okay.
Baby light. And here we're going this way.
Yep.
Just keep on going.
Yeah.
Keep on keeping on. I feel like there could be an ID in here. There isn't. Ain't that bad, Pixels? This is right now so far the tamest one. I could see how it could be long if it's a rather big map.
Yeah. Yeah. And they haven't found another crank yet either.
Dead end.
Dead end. Yeah, let's run back. That was a dead end. Oh yeah, let me... Yeah. Okay. This way now.
Ooh.
Arrow this way.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Oh, Mew!
No!
It happened. I was right next to you. What fucking bullshit, bro. Okay, well.
Love you.
I love you. Good luck.
Yep, you too.
Oh, fuck. Oh, dust particles scare the shit out of me. Nothing here. It was so. This was so much better when Miyu was here. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Oh, man. Crank, really? Alright, guess I'll go this way. The telephones are cool. Makes it feel more old-timey. Okay, I think we're okay. Oh, man. You know, I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't necessarily think having a bigger map necessarily conduces a better map. Well, yeah, it's immersive in the idea that miners would have gone pretty deep into the mountains. It's not that fun, I feel like, to just have to walk around for 20 years. But, you know, it's okay. Aw, Shems got kicked? Uh-oh. We could restart again. We would keep our cranks. I don't think we would keep our progress though, so we'd have to go through the map again, I think. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, that's nice. Okay, cool. I made a big circle. Very nice. Hello?
I think Herschel's losing his mind. Sometimes
Ghost?
Hey.
Hey. Hey. Shem's got kicked.
Oh. Womp womp.
Yeah.
Anyway. I ran into the guy and then he kind of just turned around and walked away. So I kind of followed him and he led me over here and I found a cog. He's gone the other direction though. There was a cave-in behind me, so it kind of cut us off from him. But there
Okay.
is a way we haven't explored this way.
Okay, cool. Okay. Don't worry, Shems. We'll make you proud.
Where's Sunny Honey?
We got cut off in the middle of the cave, but they should still be alive.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I haven't went this way. There's the cave-in back there. Oh, never mind. I lied. This is the end. Dead end. Well, I'm gonna mark it anyway. I have found 2 of the cogs. I am so helpful.
Good job. You and I found 1, so that's like a half for each of us.
Hold on. Let me stream my screen for Shems.
Oka.
And then I'm gonna turn down everyone except him.
Let me move Indy's Fuji.
Oh, Indy's in the call. Oh wait, shoot, I should open my.
You share her screen.
Hi.
Hello. I like your new model.
Thanks. It was for the mouthwashing stream we did it a couple days ago.
And I like Sunny's as well.
This is great.
Alright, now I can hear Indy and Shems, I think.
I'm sorry,
Shems, I can
Sunny, I
hear you
didn't
now, by the
compliment you as well.
Shems also has Pony Express model.
He does. I like that you give him the sweater.
Mhm. All I did was change the color of his normal sweater and then put the logo on it.
Hey, it looks good, you know?
Thank you. I adore
I've gone.
so much. It was their 1-year anniversary and they were selling a book. You want to know
shit,
how much
really?
this book was?
How much?
$167.
Good lord! Uh-oh.
Oh, there goes Sunny. Do not enter? Shit, let's go this way.
I've gone this way, but there's so many, like, branching paths. Oh, wait, maybe I didn't finish. No, there's a heart right there.
No, I think you did go this way. There's so many paths, I don't know where to go.
Okay, I didn't go.
This
That's
is a
dead
dead
end.
end. Oh, mark it.
Okie dokie. No longer in the game. I got DC. Wait, this is both dead ends. This is just Dead End Valley.
Shit. Then I'm gonna mark it down here as a dead end.
No, you son of a bitch!
What the hell? Run, Elaine, run past him while he's killing me. You could have just ran past him while he was killing me.
I was scared.
It's okay. Okay, we just gotta wait until he walks off. Bring out my glow stick. He's coming!
Oh, son of a bitch! Oh, damn. Ow. Oh, it is utterly dark. I can only hold on to this little piece of glow.
Hello.
Hello, Shems. I'm sorry you got DC'd. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh no, that's a big guy. Oh fuck. Okie dokie. And the cranks are burning. Okay. This is the way.
Should spray paint an arrow, like a couple arrows pointing at the sign.
I'm so lost. Oh shit, this is the way we haven't gone. Let's go. Okay, Ghost went that way, but Ghost didn't go this way. Wait, Ghost did go this way? Okay, that's great. That's Pog. That's 10 out of 10. Don't like that happened.
No, you gotta underline it now. You gotta under.
I'm just backtracking at this point. We went that way, we went that way, and we went that way. Oh, I have nothing. There's nothing left for me. Okay. I don't know which way to go. Chad, I think this might be like before where I just go aimlessly and hope for the best. Hello? Oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please. Ah, shit. Well... Fucking ass. Ass butt. Oh, what? Maybe I... Oh, wait, we have all the cranks. Oh! Keep going, keep going, keep going. Ah, shit. Oh, how the fuck are you supposed to do that one? Oh, I don't want to use up all our lives. Hold on. Please let me make a path. Keep wanting to press right click, but it's, or yeah, but it's left click. Oh my god, I made it. Okay. Oh, this is so stressful. I wanna like mark off like the safe points and maybe they'll see it when I'm running. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh fucking Christ, I did it.
Stay clear. What is this contraption? Wait.
Holy shit, this is so stressful. That thing just slices you in half. Okay. Wait for the next one. Oh, holy fuck, what does this letter say? I need something to read! The others have been finding a lot of oh, I've been eaten! The others have been finding a lot of silver, but I haven't been that lucky. I find something strange, though. It was some sort of stone carved out into some sort of arrow or spearhead. I showed Herschel, and he was very interested in the finding. So we're excavating the area where I found it. I wonder what else we can find, Jesse. Okie dokie. Gotta move myself back. Hello. But I gotta move myself. Ooh. Okay. Let's just throw some of these out here for a little bit. There. We good? Whew. So afraid. I wish my friends were here. Okay, hopefully that'll be enough. I don't see the next one. What do you mean? Oh, it's on the same. It's on the left side this time. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay, that's a dead end. Okay.
Could this be El Dorado? Look at all this gold. We'll be rich.
That's a skull, brother.
Start hauling it up, man. We've got a lot of work on our hands.
You don't fucking just take. Hello? Huh? Huh? Who's that? Who's that? That's not one of my friends. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait here for my friends. See how long it takes for them to get here. many hearts do you think we could leave here before they get here? Maybe I could draw some graffiti while I wait, maybe, you think? Let's start with green. Let's do the houses. Let's start with the houses. Let's do like blue. Blue goes beneath? Oh no, it goes on top. Cool. This is in the preview, goes below. No, let's do red, but let's do like a different shape. Let's do white. Then like this. We're doing some abstract 90s art, guys. This. This. Yeah, let's get a little bit of that in here. Yeah, yeah, and then let's bring back in some green with these arrows. And let's get like a red arrow. No, like a blue arrow. Yeah. I'm making a piece de resistance right now. Yeah, I'm adding a little too much red, you think? Bring more of that green. Let's put a skull. What chunk? Do another one. Put on this wall. This time we'll use X's. Gotta stay creative while you're down here in madness. Use green. Red. Oh wait, the puzzle pieces now? Oh, that was a puzzle piece, I think. Oh, there we go. Maybe we should do it in white. Chat, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if I should keep going or just wait. Like I feel like I'm at like a pinnacle area. I don't know if I should. Oh, we could do like a multi-layer skull. Yeah, like this. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And then let's get in. Let's do a green curve. There we go. Okay, well, I'm almost out of spray paint now. And I think we've made some pretty good masterpieces. Huh, I think I could use a little bit more, like, something. Shit, we can make him like a bug. Hold on. What other shapes we got? Well, let's use the circle. And now he's a bug. There we go. You think there's a max amount of things I could put here? Yeah, that's just a dead end. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. I think that's pretty good. You can see that from pretty far away. We should do a little more like down this way. Stay like a safe distance away. I wonder how Mew's doing. Let me go look at Mew's stream. She's Mew. I just have to get back to the entrance. Oh my god, my neck. Looks like... I don't actually know if she's at the entrance, but kind of looks like it. I don't really know. Let me know if I should lighten up the area. Don't want to put red ones. I don't want them to get the wrong idea.
You're all right, lad.
Oh, what? I think it's this one. I think. Let me know if that one works. If not, I'll look again. Hey, wait, did Miyu die or did Ghost die? It was like Ghost died? Hopefully Ghost saw the things. Looks like Mew's finding her way back. Okay, this one then. Yeah. Bow, bow, bow. Maybe I should just go. Or maybe I could look around without it triggering anything. Or I still just standing there menacingly. So do you just want the sticker? Okay, I'll try. Oh no, Miu died. Oh no, I'm watching Miu die. No! It's okay, because if she dies, I'm gonna try to go get them. Guys! Oh, fuck! Guys? Hello? Miu! Miu? Ghost! I'm gonna be hard. Okay, I have to AFK for 2 seconds. Hello? I think Miu died. Oh. Ghost moved on. Okay, hold on. Ghost made it, yeah. I was trying to come back, but then I died. I should have just waited. Oh, I wish I was seeing the cutscene. I don't want to see the cutscene. Open the browser. Oh, Ghost, wait for me!
Un momento, un momento. Un momento.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah.
Hey.
I won't mess with it though.
Okay.
Sunny said if you un momento, she would make
Hi.
out with you.
Alright, I'm ready.
Hot sloppy style.
Is this fucking Joan or whatever? The fuck?
Elaine, do that one again.
Okay. Looks like this one's off.
Oh, that turns both of them. Interesting. What does this one do? Oh.
Oh, it turns the top right one.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out which way it goes. Oh, that needs to go more. Hey!
Oh, let's go.
We should wait for. Oh wait, unless this will get Sunny over here, like
I'm
teleport her.
hoping Miu's dead, so
Oh wait, dead?
yeah, dead. We have no more lives.
Oh shit. Well, this is all players.
Just need to get through this wall, and we'll be able to put an end to all of this.
Oh, okay. Well, let us through
Yeah.
then.
This
Let us.
shouldn't be here.
Okay, are you gonna fucking Goku blast it out of here? What? What the fuck? I don't know, Joan. Oh, fuck!
We've got to get out of here. The doors need to be sealed. If it gets out, we'll all be killed.
Hello? Oh, okay. Hello?
Hi. I thought it would be perfect time to, because it was a checkpoint. Oh, good. So we can get Shen's back in here if he can. I don't know if he has to go to work or not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
He's got
there
like
he
an
is.
hour.
All right.
30 minutes.
Okay.
All right,
okay.
let's speed run this then. Gonna speed run it.
It's a good thing we did this collab so early. It's already been like
I know, right? All right, and then we're all here. We gotta all see the thing that
I
happened.
don't know. What would you prefer?
No,
I
come
don't really
on.
have a preference at the moment.
No, come on.
Oh.
Come on.
Okay, guys, we're playing this. Yeah. Oh, I
Now
don't
we're
like
playing
it.
this.
Now that I know it's a big
Just need to
spider.
get through this wall.
Fucking
We'll
asshole.
be able to put an end
Oh
to
yeah, you
all
see
of
the hair
this.
and stuff.
I'm gonna stand over here and see what. Oh, I can't.
Oh yeah, we're locked in here.
I can see the split down the middle now.
What the hell is that?
Oh!
We've got to get out of here. The doors need to be sealed. If it gets out, we'll all
Oh,
be
what the
killed.
fuck? We start separated. So we start out separated. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know if this is a flashlight. I want. Oh, those actually don't work. Okay. Joan. This shit's spoopy. I don't know if there's a point to putting down. Oh, I guess there is. My god, someone rang the doorbell and it scared me. Find skulls. Put skulls on pedestal. Woo! Woo! No! I think I'm okay with staying dead. I think I don't want to. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I think I'm good. I think I don't want to play this level. I think that's That's what I think, is that I'm okay. Oh yeah, I gotta like wait up here. Pog. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to go down there again. I think I'm gonna be honest. I don't really want to go down there again, but I guess I don't know if I have a choice in a way. I mean, I do have a choice. Like I could just stay up here, but that would be really fucking boring for you guys, huh? All right. Well, one more time. Oh look, I found a skull.
Hello?
There's a spider behind you.
I know.
Well, no, I don't wanna!
Oh, stay there. Where did he come from?
It was above us.
Damn.
Chums, I don't like
Found
this.
something to revive me. Let's go.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna live.
Live, Chums, live! What?
No.
No. I'll be honest, I don't really wanna. Okay. I just not know how to use Photoshop. Because you have to download from the Kickstarter site. Well, the border isn't. Here I go. Here I go. Oh, I found a path. Hopefully it kept the skull I found. Okay, we just gotta find one more skull. Oh. I found the last skull, I found the last skull, I found the last skull. Oh my fucking Christ. Oh, it's one of the rings. Hey, you fuck off, asshole. Oh, my own hand scared me. Whoa, fuck. Oh, okay. How's Miyu do? The did Miyu win yet? Miyu win yet? Oh my god. Oh, she found Joan. All players are required to proceed. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, fuck. I remember this. This is where I started the first time. Is this the way? The big door is open. Which door? I don't know which door is open. Me went this way, so I guess I'll just follow this. Maybe not that way.
And watching y'all. And watching y'all.
Okay. Alright. Ooh. The ghost went this way? Okay, this is where ghost spawned. Fuck! Fuck! Alright. Maybe this way then. Ooh, I am scared. Okay, I found Ghost and Muse lights again. Okay, this is a spawn. I was here earlier, I remember. Fucking Christ.
Over here. Elaine, over
Hi.
here.
Oh, okay, I'm coming. Oh, okay.
We gotta go up this way and then take a. Oh fuck! It's right there. We wait for it to pass.
I hate this level. Why didn't you tell me there was a big ass fucking spider, man?
Oh shit! Run!
Run! Oh, this level sucks. This level sucks.
We're at the end here.
This level sucks. I'm glad. I found a lot of the skulls, so I feel helpful.
Well, you did great.
This altar is where it all started with Herschel and my father.
Oh! I would like to murder you.
Mother always told me my father never was the same when he returned. Herschel too.
You're crazy.
After all, Herschel is the one that released a demon that inhabited this temple.
Kind of feels like you did that.
Right? He was offered.
Yeah.
Due to his refusal, he and his family were cursed. Their blood has been warped ever since. You've seen the products of it throughout your journey here. You've experienced the terrors that were unleashed as a result. Herschel's curse spread throughout the living furs and spread even to his daughter after she was born. Poor Ethel.
Bro, I thought I was just doing some community service, man.
Yeah, I just needed a summer job. That's all I was doing.
I don't know, where did that get me, dude? To be in an ancient altar with a penis drawing?
Mindlessly slaughtering any who trespass. Now she's left wandering her family's land.
Damn, that's a far shot, you know? Far ass shot.
It can
Is that
be
who Ethel
farther.
is?
I think so.
We've not got much time. Now, you have the chance to end all of this for good.
Why? I don't know you.
Is needed upon the altar.
Yeah, can we
You,
sacrifice
right?
you?
We're sacrificing you.
Like, this is your family shit. Why are we doing this?
Let's end it all.
Give me this knife. Give me it. Give me it.
Give it.
Yeah, you know what? Sacrifice player, sacrifice yourself.
I'll be
Sacrificing you.
sacrificed.
I'll sacrifice
I'll be
myself. I'll do it.
sacrificed.
I'll sacrifice. Let's all sacrifice. Let's all sacrifice. You want to sacrifice?
I want to sacrifice. Sacrifice me.
Okay, I'll sacrifice you.
Don't have
Sacrifice.
time to waste.
Wait, you gotta stay still, Ghost. You gotta stay still,
Oh,
Ghost.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There you go. Bye.
Oh.
Damn, I'm like how I'm watching this from an
Damn.
aerial view.
Yeah, right? I'm sorry, Ghost.
It just looked like you stabbed her in the stomach and was just like, okay.
Yep. Yeah, everyone's just like, this is fine.
Yeah.
It's just.
So it took the blood of a
I've waited
rando?
over 100 years for this ritual to be complete.
Oh yeah,
And
see
now,
that.
my full power has been released.
I knew we should have killed
I
her!
can discard this girl. She's no longer
Ugh.
As for you,
Hey.
That was it? Bruh, this motherfucking bitch. This motherfucking bitch, bro. 0 out of 10. Didn't like how the story ended. Hello, everybody. Yeah, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? We went through all of that for someone we didn't know. For what? For what? For what? That was Joan. To be fair, that was Joan. But like... Blech. The song at the end's kind of bop though.
I need this to end. Can we like why are the credits so long? Fairground workers missing Johnny Honks under fire. Soft drinks canning factory shut down. Where's Scary Scarecrow? Well,
We can't
apparently
skip
we're
this?
missing.
I'm definitely dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the mine collapsed. Horror game bad for Hal.
That story was mid. That story was mid.
Agreed.
I don't know how it connected.
No.
Me neither.
I hate that I can't skip the credits.
Yeah. Like, mad respect to making a game, but also let me skip it, please.
Yeah.
Oh, I just closed the game.
I just want to see if he'll give us anything for completing the story.
Yippee.
Oh.
Did it? Please? Please? What the fuck? What is
the
this?
fuck?
Ew.
Oh
it's
yeah, literally
him.
it's a museum. Alright, let me meet you guys again.
Oh.
Well, at least, yeah. Ghost
Ew.
left, but...
Yeah, I dipped. No, I'm good.
That's okay. It's just, it shows off the monsters and you can, like, toggle their animations. That's kind of it.
Oh, that's kind
They're
of
all ugly. Ew, I didn't see that guy.
I thought a couple of them were kind of fine.
The miner was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the Eldritch guy over here.
Yeah, the one to go, yeah. Cool.
I like this Leshy, and then I like Pigman.
Pigman was terrifying.
I'm good with Pigman. Gives too much Dead by Daylight vibes.
That thing?
Fuck that
thing
bug.
disgusting. Fuck that bug. Crocodile.
Oh yeah, I didn't even get to see what this looked like. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying. Oh, look.
Ghost,
look,
it's a
that's your
dog for
Pookie.
you.
What?
I think. Yeah, it's the Pookie with the tentacles.
Hi, Pookie. Oh, hey. Oh, their face looks like, yeah, it's a skull. Yeah, interesting.
I don't want to go to the next section. I'm okay. I'm just gonna
You don't
sidestep
like
it.
the big spider?
No, no. Why would I like the big spider? Oh, look. Hey, hey. This
Oh
is-
yeah. Hey man.
Hey.
Smash.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking at that spider.
No. Hey, look. There's a flare gun. I found a flare gun in this corner. It's a flare gun.
Oh yeah, because you could buy a flare gun.
I just shot it. Is that it? Okay.
Did we even get any coins or tickets? No!
Uh-huh.
That's fine. I still have fun with my friends.
Yeah, me too. Thank you for the games.
Don't thank you. I
I will
really
talk-
appreciate you being here. I love you.
I love you too. I got some works to go do. So I'm gonna do some stretchies. I'm gonna go do some worky Shems. I hope you have a great shift, Mio. I hope you have a great rest of the stream. Ghost, I just love you. And Indy, what's up, brother? How's it going?
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Good luck. Good job.
Thank you. You too. Alrighty, that was a roller coaster and a half, my guys. I don't know if I'll ever recover. I'm kidding, of course. But I'm gonna be right back. I am going to go and brain on. I'm going to go take a bathroom break. I'm gonna get myself some water. And then we shall do some video editing and then some art afterwards. So I am excited and I hope you are too. I will be right back. I return. Oh my goodness, Kiwi, thank you. Kiwi, thank you for the subs. What have I done? I didn't do nothing. I got the shit scared out of me. I got that. I did that. Oh man, that was so scary. We were gonna start playing Sally Face today, but I think I gotta save it for tomorrow, guys. I think I gotta save it for tomorrow. My bones are the came back too late to donate to you and Mew while you were clubbing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but know that we appreciate you regardless. Cause I feel like her and I both agree that it's like her success is my success is her success kind of thing. So it's like a we success. So no sweat. Thank you though, Kiwi. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a whole bunch of the oats. I literally ate like a big old bowl of popcorn. I probably shouldn't have eaten that much popcorn, but I ate so much popcorn because I was so scared. Ugh. But we're okay. It's okay. We're vibing. We got videos to do. V-stars. V-stars. Do you guys like my Halloween outfit? I'm a zombo. I'm a zombo. You want to see the full outfit? This is the full outfit. It's okay. I ate twice as much popcorn yesterday. Valid. Well, this is the whole outfit. Isn't it cute? That's cute, isn't it? Thank you for the head pat. I'm a zombo. Rawr. Rawr. Rawr, rawr, rawr. I'm a zombo. But yeah. Happy to be here. Happy to eat your brains. I need to make a graphic real quick in Canva. I'm gonna do a writing Inktober called Tropetober. I like it. I like the sounds of it. I hope we have fun with that. My brain is utterly and entirely dead. Oh. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you. Mwah. Mwah. Clip operations. Oh, that one's cute. That's so cute. Video editing. V-stars. This one. Wait, what? Replace. I think I clicked the wrong thing. Phone down deep down. Give me some space. Pog. Actually, I'll make 2 things in Canva. 2. Count them. 2. 1, 2. Actually, I should take some pictures. For Halloween, huh? I'm thinking really quick. Oh, there'll be like slightly different variations for Halloween. I have no friends. I'll like separate us. I got permission from my sister to use pics of my nephew for our t-shirt contest. Aw, yay! That's fun. I'm glad. I hope it goes well. It's this one. I'll do that one and then I don't think you're ready for the takedown. Oh, one of my blushes is different. I think that's fun though. And then I think I have to do one more. Should I do this? Okay. For the takedown. It's a takedown. Those feelings don't deserve to live. It's so obvious. Timeline, create, single create. And then I need to replace stuff. Like that. Oh, I didn't make yesterday's. Oh, you're the master of solutions. Oh, you're man. That you're willing. Oh, somehow. Yeah, I didn't finish uploading this. Ooh, I have to change my thing, don't I? I forgot. Done. Alright. Oh my god, like what? Ooh, blue. Video editing. Art. Workies. Oh, so I'm a bitch. Be rich. Just looking for that. I don't think I really did anything else other than these two yesterday. So this was the 30th. I'll call it JPEG. Export. Looking for Joyride. And then we finally got to name these October. Yippee! October. There we go. First. Oh, I guess it's fine. And then we do Labyrinth collab video editing. And then probably art. I'm thinking art. Oh my god! Something I forgot! Oh my god, guys, why don't you remind me? We have the new blind boxes! I gotta turn on the blind boxes, guys. Where are they? Milk bean blind box. Gamba. Yeah, hold on, wait, I forgot I gotta make it limited. You get 5, no. 5 a day is fine. Save. Bet all. That's not how it works. It's not, it's different Gamba. It's different Gamba. I will open stream avatars though while I work on stuff. But it's different Gamba. It's the blind boxes, which is a new Twitch redeem. And get some new babies. Alrighty. If I buy it at all now, will it work? Oh shit, wait. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry, I don't know what you got. I'm sorry. The thing was, wait, hold on. Wait, why isn't it working? Wait, don't redeem it. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta give that to Kiwi. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I don't know why that didn't work. I had it all set up the other day. Overlays. Settings. Channel point. Oh, is it called? It's called something else, isn't it? It's the milk bean blind box. Save. There we go. I got BLT. Predict this stuff? Hold on, I gotta test something. What the fuck? I think I tested at the same time Kiwi clicked it. I'm sorry. Hold on. How do you know what we've won? It says it below. If you do exclamation point bind box, I think as well. Or no, it's exclamation point BB set 1. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it should be. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? Oh shit, my Jabaitage thing isn't working, that's why. Fuck, hold on. Jabata.net. Then I gotta go to what? Oh shit, it closed it. Gotta go to then go to API tokens. Oh, API tokens, there you go. What do I have to put in? Tokens, click on the blue button to add token. Click on the blue button, select bot message. Why is it still not working? Click on the green, add token, just copy and paste this. It should be good, right? You personalize the widget example streamlines with the exact name. If you want the widget to send chat messages, you need to go to video and connect it to the 80 ways and click on the blue button, select the bot message and add it. You can choose. Why is it not working? That's crazy. I just don't. Everybody not needed. So it's okay. I'll reset it. I can reset it after. Command to see collection. No need. It's gotta get them all before we get one. I don't want that to be the case. Why is it not working? What am I missing? The widget is added to your Twitch. Like, please read. Alright, hold on. Let me watch a video. This is so quiet. I have to pause my music. Okay, so channel point, milk bean blind box. I think that one's fine. Okay. Pixels, can you test it for me? I have a song I found, then request it. Then request it. I just don't know why the command isn't working. Is it showing twice? Hold on. Test. Okay, that's fine. There are 2 on there, it seems. Is that just you showing? It's just, I think it was just because I have it open on my screen. So, like, if I do it again, it's like, I don't want to pass it on. So, that should work. But the thing that doesn't work is the command for some reason. I don't understand. Am I forgetting something? The service provides you integration answer. Am I supposed to do something with that? Go to this link, follow the instructions, open. Yep. You can personalize the widget by opening the overlay in Stream Elements, then click Settings. If you can design the channel points, its exact name. If you want the widget to send chat messages, you'll need to go to jebeta.net/tokens. While connected to Stream Elements, then go to API tokens and click on the blue button. Select bot message and then click the green add token. Okay. Bot message, add token. Okay, let's try this one. Save. Save one more time. Just copy and paste that token to Stream Elements input called jebeta token and save. You can choose the command that users type to get their collection in chat. Do not write a exclamation point. By default, it's exclamation point collection. Okay, so let me just put collection then. Save. I feel like something is not working. Do don't know what that does. User agreement and variables. Settings. Only active in your channel. Spot is up and running. Messages are received and we post it in your chat. So Stream Elements does work. Oh, maybe it'll work now? Because now it says there's something. Test? What the fuck? This is ruining my day. Why? messages. That's the one in the thing, right? Yeah, it's the same one. I'm not clicking the wrong one, right? Add points, bot message, get activities, get session data, Patreon, and transfer points. No. Update. Is this what it needs? No. I don't understand. It should work. It's all connected, right? Book ID. I don't understand. Do I need to make like a custom command? Custom command? Command. Oops. I don't. Okay, one more time. Let's read the instructions one more time. This widget is added to Twitch by streaming by setting it up in Stream Elements, then linking that web source into your streaming software. Please read the guide. I watched the tutorial. This widget requires a stable internet connection. Play carefully. Go to the link while connected to Stream Elements. I did this and follow the instructions. This will copy the widget to your dashboard. I did that. Open the overlay in Stream Elements, copy the URL, and paste it into the OBS source. I just gotta do that. Copy URL. Alerts. Blind box. Okay, and just to be sure, refresh. Okay, now what? I did the thing. It says over this. If you want to put a widget to show up in multiple scenes, don't create new browsers, but reuse existing ones. Streaming. So when you're streaming, don't have the widget open in Stream Elements, and it could duplicate the animation. You can personalize the widget by opening the settings. You can select permissions. So for chat commands, you can also decide between channel point rejections. Select permissions. Is that my problem? Permissions, channel points. Everybody, cooldown. Yeah. I don't. You can also decide between channel point rejection, chat command, customize command. You can both. If you decide for channel points, you have to create a redemption in your Twitch, exact same name, and the Stream Elements field. If two I've included, feel free to edit the cooldown. If you want the widget to send chat messages, you need to go to this link, which I did. While connected to Stream Elements, then go to API tokens and click on the blue button, select bot message, then click on the green add token. Just copy and paste that token to Stream Elements input called JBeta token and save. You can choose the command that users can type to get their collection in chat. Do not write an exclamation point. By default, it's collection. I'm confused. Is something supposed to happen in here when I do collection? No. Okay.
So.
So.
What's supposed to happen when you do a connection? Is it supposed to be a chat response or is it supposed to be an on-screen response?
I don't know. I don't really. This one, edit. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Save. Just put that there, I guess, for now. Copy, paste, save. I mean, I guess I could just redo it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was. I think maybe just go through the top. Go from the top, maybe.
Install. Go to Stream Elements, dashboard, edit, blind box. We're gonna copy this link instead. Okay. Go here. Go settings. Widget settings. Where's that trigger? Okay, looks like it works. And then chat messages, we're gonna give it this. We're gonna copy this token and place it here. And we'll do exclamation point collection. Ah! Why did it do it twice though? Oh, because I have two of them, I think. Okay, this one. Then I delete this one. Because this is the one I don't want. Just gonna refresh this really quick. Make sure collection is. Oh, see it. Wait, what? Why did it reset it? Oh, not that. Hey! Okay. Now I will reset it. Yes. Save. No. Save. And now if I do it. Bonk. Oh, wrong one. Fine, 1,000. Happy?
Could we make it a different number because we have a lot of things that are 500 and 1,000? It's kind of hard to find them sometimes.
Oh, okay, what do you want it to be then?
Do you think it should be more or less expensive than the other stuff in here?
Doesn't matter to me, I guess.
Let's do 1,500.
Okay. You guys complain about how expensive this is. It's not my fault.
It's Canva. It's supposed to cost you your arm and a leg.
Okay. Redeem. Did I fuck it up again? Oh, wrong one. No. Oh, but I didn't change it on the thing. Fucking shit. Copy link. Bonk, bonk, save. Why is there two? Yeah, look, it said it twice. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you accidentally kickstart the
Other
other one into working or something?
one?
Oh, is there not more than one anymore?
Refresh this.
You didn't have more than one.
API tokens.
Stream elements open. Was that the problem?
I don't think so. I only have one stream. I can close Stream Element and see if it fixes it. Okay. Should work now. If it doesn't, I'm gonna fight somebody. Pixels is gonna test it. Pixels is gonna test it. There's a 15 second cooldown, Kiwi. I need to put that in the thing though, don't I? Oh shit! You guys need a cooldown on it though. I'm refunding Kiwi. I feel bad. Okay, CQ got his. And I'm gonna reject. You guys have to slow down. Slow down. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Hold. Be steady. 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 It's 15 seconds. 15 hours. 15 hours. All right. Hey, one more got me. I've got 13K. I think I refunded them all. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna complete them all. And then now I should do that at the beginning of every stream. I just forget. But there we go. Should all be good now. Can't believe Pixels got Grim Reaper already. For a sec, I thought, for a second, instead of seeing you as I was thinking you as dressed as a goblin. A lot of people are seeing, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people are seeing me as a goblin. If I'm just dressed as a goblin for Halloween, that's just how it be. I'm fine with that. I think the Imperial March was already epic as it is. I honestly don't think the Doom edition makes it any different or any stronger. You kind of look like you're cosplaying Biff. Oh, cause we have the same scarf. Cause we have the same scarf, huh? Yeah, I guess I'm Biff. Let me turn this blush off. I guess I'm Biff. Are both of my blushes off? Both of my blushes are different colors, actually. Isn't that intentional? No. The concept of Biff having a red scarf and me having a red scarf were completely separate. Yeah, it was not intentional at all. It was by accident. Boop boop. Do 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 do. Yeah, I can be a goblin. I mean, I'm fine with that. I feel like that's more appropriate. Oh shit, I was gonna change my profile picture for Halloween. I forgot. On all my social medias. I just thought it was funny. I think I like it. It's different. It's definitely different. I like it. Art of me. Oh, Fortel. This one. I want to be this one. For Halloween, because it's Halloweeny. Excuse me. Damn! Do I have to make that rarer? There's no way! Dude, that shit's got like... I don't remember what percent we put it on, actually. But yeah, dude, that's not supposed to be easy to get. Pixel just got it twice. Oh, maybe it made it too easy. You can repull. You can repull. That's the exciting part about it. You can't buy them all. We're real Gamba here. This is real Gamba. You think what you think this is? Some weak Gamba? You can't just buy them all in one day. So goofy. What prosperous Gamba would allow something like that? Fucking scam ass team. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you can repull. The fuck? How did it really find the song? I only pull a lane. Song lyrics. Let's go gambling. Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it.
That's my chimichanga stand.
Tortellini on my song lyrics. Hold on. Tortellini on. Okay, I found it. The tortellini on my weenie. Okay, I found it. There you go. Tortellini on my peenie. Tortellini on my weenie. Oh, you got flavor now! Yay! Kitty. Kitty. On my weenie, pepperoni on the walls. Cheesy on my peenie and some salsa on my balls. It's let me spree. I gotta scroll down to V stars. The fuck? Oh. Oh shit, you got the Headless Horseman. Let's go. I think you guys have seen all the rare ones. Do you guys want to see them in their full glory? I think I saw them now, so. Not like I wasn't working on one of them on stream, but. We can make those who don't have it a little more jelly. So we have the Grim Weeper. And then we have the Headless Horseman. Which I thought the flames turned out pretty fucking sick on this guy. Oh, I just realized the Grim Reaper doesn't have his little... Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to re-upload the Grim Reaper. Which won't take it away from you guys. It's just the Grim Reaper doesn't have... They're supposed to have, like, little flames around them. I put little spirits around them. Let me do that really quick. These could technically be your Inktober theme. Oh, they could. We could always add more. We could always add more. The Grim Reaper is supposed to have souls. Yeah, see, he's supposed to have souls. Choose file. Export, save. And then for anyone who collects them all, where is it? I have a specific thing. You guys will get the pumpkin head, a little pumpkin hat that you can wear around. By a special. Shines, not threatens. What the fuck shines? Into the wall. Always looking beside you. It all. I don't know. Now I feel I have to lower the amount, you guys. You guys already have 4 out of 8 of them. This was supposed to be like a full... You know what? You get 1 a day. Those that you were here on day 1 got special treatment. You guys are having it 1 at... No. No more. Ha 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 ha! So you get... I'm gonna make this background blue. 1. Yes, 1. I had to sneak it in. Wait, nope, too late. No. You have half of them. Like 2? Okay. Fine, I can do 2 because it's an even number. I'll do 2. Because it's like a... You know what? Yeah, I like 2. We'll do 2. Flicious Protector was but 40 got like 5. I'm sorry. It's the luck of the draw. But if it makes you feel any better, he's not in the box.
That would be my big fat ass.
Scare the shit out of me, dude. Oh, Womble baby. It's okay. It's okay. You only stream 20 days a month. One a day would be hard to get a lot. If we get a lot of repeats. Yeah, but you already have half. You already have half and it's day one. I'm looking out for the people. I don't know. Feel like that's something easy to say because you're a rich man. You know, I think rich people very easily say that they're for the people, but they're already rich. The normies that have less commas. That's okay. I don't know, I feel like I should have made some of them rarer at this point. Change cover. Okay, if it's wrong. Did I upload? Did I upload that? I don't remember if I did. I might not have. What am I doing tomorrow? I didn't upload the video today. Okay, that's fine. I think YouTube is a lot more forgiving about when you post, as long as you post like one a day. This is what number? 15? 13. Thin eye. Oh, fuck. I forgot to get a fucking flu shot. I'll go next time. I'll go Costco. Or anywhere that has a pharmacy, I guess. So I need to get one. I didn't get one last year. No, fuck me if I don't. Wings I can't hide of these to me. Us don't deceive me. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. She did. English. Doop. Obeda. Boop, boop, boop. Public. Publish. Okie I thought that said I spelled vaccinations wrong, but that's not possible because I uploaded it. I uploaded the video. VODs the 24th. Which means I gotta go to content video producer. There's a song I want to listen to, but I don't know what song it is. It's in my brain, but I don't remember what it is. Let's listen to this one. Let's listen to this playlist. I have like a small headache, I think. I need to drink some normal water. Alright. I'm sorry if that was ASMR. I did not mean it to be. I think my headset's a little loud. It is. It's turned up a little too high. It's like, this music is very loud. I cannot think. The song and chat will be the Shazam. The thing is, I really would. But the thing is, the song that's in my head is purely off of vibes. Like, I don't actually know what the song is, but there's like a song in my bones that I'm yearning to listen to, and I don't even know what it is. I think I know what it is. It is a song that I heard a remix of. I don't have my phone. Oh, I do. It's on the floor. I feel like though I need to turn my fan up. I gotta find the song. Hold on. No. RKO Kitty. Oh my god, the cat ate a white quippy tweet. Alright, where is it? I think I liked it. I don't remember. I either favorited it or I liked it. I favorited it. Yes. And can I add it to Spotify? And I can. That's not what I meant to do. I hope it's this one. We'll see. Otherwise, we'll have to listen to Meme Till You're Dead, and that's its own thing. Screenshot, sort by date. I thought I took more than this. Oh, okay, well. Oh, I'll figure it out. It's Fireball by Pitbull. Fireball! Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I am bigger. What is... Is this really that big? I think this is more accurate. And then this guy, I want to crop out a little BLT. And then Tuesday. Then my teeth look so white because I have green mouth. Okay. Wednesday, Thursday. This is not the song. Damn, unfortunate. That's unfortunate. It's like, it's kind of like the Meme Till You're Dead remix. But it's like, it had this one in the background instead, but that's okay. Yeah, easy fix for that. Okay, Thursday, Wednesday, Friday. Boop. Let me take this one. Oh. Break the mold. Gotta go Thursday. And I didn't take a picture for this one, I guess. This feels like your brain. It is my brain. This is just my brain. This is, if you ever were to open my brain, I got my first paycheck. Yay! I'm so excited, Bubble. Congrats. Good job. I mean, to be fair, I ain't surprised it's you. I ain't surprised somebody wants to commission you. But congratulations nonetheless. Great job. Oops. I have to do one more. Oh, well, I thought this one was Friday, so I'm gonna put this one here. I got a little excited. I haven't done it before. They've even seen that I accepted it. Oh my god, Womble, you can't go that fast. But that's understandable. I did that with my first VGen commission as well. What kind of commission was it, Womble? Money in one hand, emote in the other. Is that what the emote is, or is that just how you do be doing? Oh, that's a good emote. That's very valid. Very nice. Good job, Womble. I'm very proud. Okay. I know Womble does just such a good job with their emotes. And now I have to redo these as well. I already forgot what days I'm doing what. Monday is, I think. Yes. And then this will go for Monday. The color of this flavor of a Lengo's heart. Thank you. I'm a little zombie goblin. I'm a little zombie goblin. I'm all the above, you know. I love Green Lane. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't belong here. The fact that there's like an old guy singing this takes my heart, man. Thursday. Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tuesday. So tomorrow will be this one. We'll have little baby BLT. I'm a weirdo. Thank you for the song request. I don't belong here. Holding out the door. Let's run, run, run. Save Friday, Tuesday. All right, we're almost done with updating this. Oops, wrong one. Twitch. This one. I just need this logo. Thank you for the song request. Just collab games. I'll do this one. Weirdo. How am I doing here? I don't belong here. And then this bad boy, because I'm crazy like that. Ooh, I need to check, speaking of being crazy, I need to check my VGen really quick. Boop. T. Okay, I just want to make sure that was all good. The roof on fire. We fall out. Roof on fire. At the roof on fire. I'm on fire. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Do I remember which artist is what? No. Okay. I came, I conquered. Whom I saw, conquered, I came. We all lied, to me on the game. Nora box. I just want to know which one's that Nora box. Okay, that's that one. This one. Everyone don't know my name. Place. Fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Wait, geez, the person who is quite big. Who is it? I want to know. Don't gatekeep me. I want to know. Gotta put in some extra effort. I believe in you. Track up. There we go. Born and I'm fine. Everyone don't know my name. Best they ever had. I'm running out, I never am. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Fireball. Why is the zoom different? It's like this one's like so much smaller. Is that not? It's this one. Oh, it's because it's not done yet. Okay. Cool. Track up. Delete track. Lane, are you streaming tomorrow? I'm gonna be out the weekend for the weekend responding to the Call of Grass. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming every day. I stream every day. If I'm not gonna be streaming, you'll probably know at least 48 hours ahead of time. But no, I stream Monday through Fridays except for weekends. Alrighty. Alrighty, you guys start getting clips in here. Let's see this one. Let's see, V stars are 78, 420. 420. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Let me do this section. 1, 2. Okay, is Ichigo. We'll do this one. This one, and then we'll do another 2. 1, 2. Tain, wop, wop. And then 1, 2. Oh, nice. There we go. Oh, I cropped this. That's fine. Let's do this one. I think she's opening cards in this one, so this one will be good. I think we'll do this one. Okay, so let's do. Her hand cam streams this one. Retain. Boop. I don't want her to get cut out too much. And then let's do. You know what I want to listen to? Kokomo. Dun 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 dun. Oh no. We'll listen to this one first. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. I think this one's fine just to do 2 seconds of. 1, 2. Done, done, done. Not this one done. This one's not done yet. Tequila. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. I think I've done this one. ATCM. This one. 26. Yes. I did this one. I did this one. Let's do. That's the intro. Let's get more clips. Let's get some more clips. Dun, dun. TikTok, Twitch. Jamaica, oh, I wanna make it. Why don't we go? Thank you for the song request. Jamaica, oh, I wanna make it. Come on, pretty mama. I think we should do this one here. Jamaica, come, I wanna take you. What? What did I say? Just chatting and TCG content. Just chatting. And TCG content. Nose. Psycho combo. Jamaica, oh, I wanna take you. Come on. 1, 2. Take it slow. We wanna go. Oh, come on. Make a call. I wanna take you. You said something, I didn't hear it. I said I am streaming tomorrow. I stream every day, friend. Every day. Every day is great at your Juness. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Take me away from you. Never do. Rains down in Africa. Dies. I don't know if we can show that on TikTok. I thought she was gonna have her jacket on the whole time. No, wait, I want this one to be over here. No, this isn't. Yeah, it's fine. Hard to tell if you're making TikToks or ads for the blue side sometimes. Yep. Yep. Alright, she's over here. Onto these 3. And track and track. Doop. Doop. Oops. Oops. And this one will be less, and then this one the least. Just have her. Boo boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Boop. Okay. I got Flynn's on capturing what? Oh, what? This one can go this way. I want the paper flip. This one. This one. This one. Boop. Boop. Oops. Boop. Dies. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 10 seconds. I don't know why I'm coughing. I think that the water is just tickling my throat in a weird way. So I'm out a lot of water today. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Pink, pink, pink. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Oh, wait, what? It's like 50-50 cent, but it triggers a high pity. What are you talking about, bro? You've got me lost. I need the context. I'm not a very smart guy. I need more context. Right now I need a song. Open your door. Oh my god. Hello. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? You're ending a bit early. Is everything okay? But welcome on in. If those of you don't know me, I'm Elaine. I'm main cow on all my socials. I'm a vibing kind of gal. I got a big heart but a little brain. Welcome on in, everyone. How are you doing? Had a busy day today and lost some steam. Aw, understandable. I get that. people are stuck. I don't know how they got stuck, considering that I made it so they can't get stuck, but that's okay. But I'm okay. Okay, that's valid. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, and I hope your folks enjoy chilling here while I edit videos and probably do some art afterwards. Oh, I see you. I see where you sat. Let's do. Right. Thank you for today. I appreciate it. Of course. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had a lot of fun too. No. I like this one. This one's good. That one was good. I don't know why, but I feel like I sounded like Carl from Jimmy Neutron when I said that. Delete empty tracks. Boop. Let's turn this down so I don't blow my eardrums out. I don't know what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Oh, fuck. I forgot I was gonna, like, fade this out for just a little bit. Eyes on me, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Thank you for the lurk. I love you, Great Wife. I love you too. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me. Alright. Skip. This doesn't have the right snap captions folder. Remove and delete. Which means I need to change that in the template file. I have one specifically. Oh, I remember what that one is. Select chat subtitles 1. Mine, create preset. Tortellini on my weenie. I don't know if that'll fit, but we can try it. Eyes on me, baby. Get what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Close. Create captions. Okay, so weenie on my weenie, pepperoni on the walls, cheesy on my beanie. Okay, I just gotta change this to V stars, and then we're good. Ugh. You know what I want to listen to? I think I want to listen to my sing-song playlist. Where is my sing-song playlist? What? Hosier. Wait, what? Okay, let's try that. The bed before the day arrives, when you wake up for the sun arise. I just like songs. I just like to sing songs. I feel like it's like half me talking, half me not. What is the fucking, what is this? This is not the right one. I think I'll take my whiskey neat. I'll be back in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I take my whiskey neat. In my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. Sweet for me.
Open your door.
Oh my
It's
God.
your door. Open
Hello.
your door.
Hello. Welcome on in. Let me wave you hello because I don't know why my waves aren't working. Hello. Hello. Yes, I am cosplaying as Biff. That was not intentional. I was just a zombie. The scarf that me and Biff have are completely irrelevant from one another, but it's canon. It's canon now. I am Biff Lane. Welcome on in. I am Biff if she was me. I am Biff. Biff if I were them. But welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so because your health is the most important here to us. But if you are new here, hello, I'm Elaine. I got a big heart and a little brain. But I hope you guys, if you want, chill, hang out, have a good time. I'm just being a goober on stream. Yes. That is what I'd be doing. I'm just working on my videos. I don't know. I see Green Lane with scarf. I see beefy gremlin. No, that's valid. We have the same scarf. It wasn't planned. I never planned for Biff and I to have both a red scarf. I just like a red scarf. Where's Beefy? Where is Biffy? Wow, deep. Biff. Like, I don't know. I just never planned on Biff having that. But she just does. Like, I'm not mad about it. Made 7 adopts, an icon. I'm very dead, so I'm gonna get foods. But have a good rest of your stream. I love you. I love the BLT Teletubby. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, all my characters have red. I don't know why. It's just a thing that I like. I just like red. I like red a lot. Red and blue. Red and blue. I think it's because red accents green. Well, in my opinion. So anytime there's green, there's probably red. Same happened with Mo. Mo was green and then had red hat and red cape. But yeah, Apocalypse, the blood kind of do be make zombie clear. I think it's just branding. I'm used to associating. That's fine. I'm just a goblin. I'm a green goblin. I'm Goblin Lane. How's it going? Hope you had good stream. This is going to be called this one. Actually, take this one. What the fuck is this? I don't know what that is. Text. Okie dokie. Tortellini on my weenie, pepperoni on my balls. Retrack. Delete track. I think we gotta do some sunken eyes and gaunt cheeks to sell the Elaine B harder. It's fine. I don't mind it. I'm not that mad about it, you know? It is what it is. You catch me all day, dreaming all night. I don't mind. I could be zombie the Biff Lane. Beef Lane. It goes well together, to be fair. As I can't help. Okay, I need to change. Beef, cow milk, it's all on brand. That's what I'm saying. It's all on brand. It's just how it be. It's just how it be here. Nope, not that one. Current text. My preset. Select one. Maximum 1 word count. Let's see. Does it say 1, 2? Fuck, I can't see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So let's do 16. Okay. Let's do 16. Oops. Love with you. Ooh, 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 ooh. Close. Default is what I'll call this. Save as new. Ooh, 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 ooh. You, ooh, 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 ooh. Default. Okay. Create phrases. Oh, yeah, that should be good now. And then we'll go default, advanced settings. I don't know why this isn't. Create captions. All right. Dun dun. Don't you notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around? Me and you in awkward silence, don't you dare. Do you think if I took my horns off, it would sell the goblin-esque more, you think? I think it would. God damn it, I have to redo that too. What is that? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18. It's not counting. And I don't think it's counting. Ooga booga. That 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Unless I put it at 0.9, which I think I should. I should be putting my text on 0.9, actually. I need to fix my hair as well. My hair's a mess. I have a tension headache. A tension headache! What's a girl to do? Crying on my memory. Oh, you can can transcribe the audio for me? Holy shit. I don't trust that it did the beginning right, so I'm gonna redo. I'm just gonna let it do subtitle 2. Or subtitle 1. And you today, there when I talk to you, oh Cupid walks right through, shoots an arrow through my heart. It doesn't save the punctuation here. Oh well, I'll fix it. You from the start. Boo boo bingus. Boo boo bingus! Alright, it's done. I shouldn't have closed that, but that's okay. I'm sure it'll look fine. Yeah, we good. We good. Oh, I love this song. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. On the dark side of me, a drug that's a high, not a thrill. That's better. The light that you shine can be seen behind I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Oh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Alright, Beastars template. I gotta fix the template, and then I can put this to render. And then we'd be good. And then I need to put this one over here. 1514. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Yeah, okay, cool. There is so much I can tell you, so much he can say. You, okay. My power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. What's the last one? It is Roll for Fun is the last one. Okay, cool. Baby, did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Oh shit, yeah. To a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Now that your rose is in bloom. Ooh, I can replace these now. I forgot about this. Clip off, variation rates, replace. Video editing. No, Milk Club BG. Render sequence. This is the couch. Be this one. And then I have to kiss by a rose on the grave. Been kissed by a rose. I've been kissed by a rose. I've been kissed by a rose. There is so much a man can tell you, so much he can say. You made my power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. Rejection that I can't deny. Place. Do you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can be seen? Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. Replace. I think it's this one. This one. The rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. This is not the right one. On the grave. The true rose. This is the couch. This one save. On this one. Replace. Render this one. What it means to reciprocate. I don't like this better version of this song, honestly. The normal one a lot more. And then this one doesn't have a background. Hello, Fox. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Do this one. I used to know. Orc! Yep. Yep. Oh shit, you got BLT! Very nice. Hope you're having a great day. That's the wrong one. Replace. Bonk. Thank you for the check-in. Oh, this is not blurred. It's this G. What? I don't know how to feel. Oh, maybe not that much. Jesus. There you go. Okay, now I go back to roll for fun. Cool. Cool. Yeah. I can check these off my list. V-Stars is done now. I could get the song while I'm waiting. I'm not gonna be waiting that long though. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's not. Exclamation point. Schmoas. Yeah, Moa. Bonk. Boop. 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 I would like friends to be exclamation pointed. Okay, and this one, nope. This one, this one, this one. Let's do the epic and cool cinematic first, though. I feel like that one could be fun. There we go. And then this one. I think I could just use a TikTok template for the cropping. Beep 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 crop it up, but this is the wrong. I just realized this was no, that's the right one. I like this. I want this to be taller. I think that's fine. Snow. Nope, nope. No. Don't want it to be Christmas. I just want it to be like different. I like when I find a bop that works. All right, cool. On the lines, wishing on everyone, you would be mine. Wait, this one needs to come here. Cool. Boop. Okay. And then all we gotta do is add captions, and then we're done with this. And then we can do something exciting, chat. Something excited, something I'm excited for. Which is, we're gonna make the new stinger that I want to work on. Also, I don't know if I should do this now. Maybe not today. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. I'm like thinking about Kiwi because Kiwi mentioned me doing Inktober. And now I'm thinking maybe I do want to do something for Inktober, but for the beans. For the beans, of course, for the beans. And what we do for the beans is we make accessories inspired around Inktober themes. I think that could be fun. Beantober, exactly. Okay. I'm gonna make this 0.9. It'll just be accessories for the beans. I don't want to listen to the song. Alright. Hello, Spotify? My neck. My neck. My back. My pussy and my crack. Oh my god, my back. Okay. Done. I wanna be God. Oh, I'll wear my back brace for a little bit. I'll wear my back brace for a little bit. Yeah. Alright, I gotta take my hoodie off. Give me like 5 seconds. And more like 3 minutes. Out of hold of my heart. This shit's tangled. It's not that bad, actually. Just gotta get it to not stick to itself. Won't you please give me some decency? Won't you please call me when my time is through? One arm. Other arm. Oh no, the thing came out of the thing. Stretch. Stretch my goblin limbs. Okay. I did it. Oh, that feels better for my back. Cause we out here, the milk club, we out here taking care of ourselves, doing whatever's best for our health. That's why I'm working out in the morning. It sucks, but I'm gonna try to do it again tomorrow because health. But honestly, I don't really wanna, but I should. I'm trying to take care of my. Did I take my meds today? Okay, we're gonna take the anxiety bins, but we're not gonna take the Adderall. All right. We're vibing. All right. Spare me the dignity. I'm thinking. I think I might change. I don't know. I'm thinking hard. What are like Halloween fairy lights? Because I feel like we should decorate stream up a little bit. I feel like I didn't decorate stream enough. Get some like little pumpkins up in here. Pumpkins make it pretty spooky. Doop. Overlay this one. Okay, like pumpkins. I like the idea of pumpkins. And then we have oh my gosh. Excited. Because we have an image for this now. That's finally updated. That will probably be the same colors overall. Back to being friends. Just shared a bed. 1920. Pretend it's someone you never met. And you feel like, well, I'm gonna make you smaller so you look like you fit in with all the beans. Look at him, he's so small now. Look, he looks like he fits in. Friends, we just shared a bed. No, okay. My brushes. This one? Oh, yeah. So oh, there you go. How can you look at me, friend, when we just shared a bed? Go at me and pretend someone you've never met. How can you love to be a friend? Just shared a bed. Hope this doesn't look like it's too much. That's not too bad. Make him silver. Let me grab the pumpkin that I made an Asprite. Got the kind of love was burning. So I like that pumpkin. Maybe we should just keep it on this side. This and me. I can just scoot this over here. This one should have another thing for the duplicate. Goes around me. Wait, no, delete layer. Duplicate. Up top. That's how long I lived. Hid. I like this one. Flatten. Export this guy downloads this guy. Now I can put tiny little pumpkins here. Tiny little pumpkins. And my babe will have me. I was kissing up my baby. For love now and soft and sweet. Lonely night I could see. Help words to me. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. Here we go. Lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No wave can hold my body down. I think I have to make a new thing, new layer. Boop. To make a bat. Reminds me of that, the TikTok where the little girl's like, I freaking love bats. It's like, it's a bat silhouette. Oh, there we go. Wait, no, I saw one. Okay, so they're like, oh, they're more like this, and then they go up and out like a cat, and then they go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, and then they go whoosh. I don't know why my voice is breaking while I say whoosh. Whoosh. Did this line like change? No. Boop, boop. Oh, they're more like out, right? They're like diagonal. And then they're straight. And then they're like... Ooh. Go down just like holy man. On a Mariana cross. Choose to run away with me. Tickle you internally. See nothing wrong. I think that's okay. That silhouette. Oh, some of them have more of an arc. I kind of for the purposes of hanging one though, for like wait, an upside down bat would be better, huh? Would be way better. So it's like this shaped, right? And then they have their wings like this. And then like this. Like out. And then up. And then in. I feel like it's more in. Maybe not so. And then in. And then you go down just like Bloody Mary. Um. I have a little bat. I'm just gonna make it black. Nothing wrong with that. This one's gonna be smaller. Maybe I shouldn't make them black. Edit. Redo. New layer. I don't like cute. Like this one. I'm not really vibing with it, chat. Let's do cute. Maybe cute would be better. Actually, let's do a ghost. Let's do a ghost. New layer. Okay. I stopped moving around so much. I'm like super off of my face arcing now. Okay. New layer. Cute ghost. I want to make like a little fat like ghost. I want it to just be like a normal one. I want it to be a little chubby. Merge down. make him shorter. To be honest, he looked like a little bit like a sperm. Bob. Oh my. My. Darling, most don't feel like fall. You. Just dust to dust. Why doesn't this want to connect nice? I think that works. Alright, let's try this instead. You know what I should have done? Select, contract. You know, I should have done this with the inner selection of this guy. Select, modify, contract. Let's do 12. Let's do another 12. There we go. Select, modify, contract. Let's do 5. New city, Diana's running. Oops. New layer. Oh, this can't be right. 'Cause the sun's I've never colder to cry. Someone to call my. And then we'll make these ones. Nope, this one. This is one on top. Cool. A little bit darker. Won't go my way. Gray. And what if we did an orange? Disengage the sky. I like that. Alright. I'm gonna get a snacky really quick, get up and stretch, and then I'll be right back. Thank you for the burp, Lorenzo. I'll be right back. Hello, I return. I return in a very EP way. And by EP, I mean I feel like all the hydration in my brain has been sapped out of it, and I feel like my brain is dying. That's okay. I'm on spring. New model. I'm getting fucking tired. Canvas settings. Okay, there you go. File, save as. I gotta do a new thing. Stinger. Small BBs Live 2D. Pop in Stinger. Okay. A few things I have to bring in are these. I didn't export any of these as PSDs. Fuck. Okay. Actually, that's fine. I could place them now. These in my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? 20, 1080. The labor in my hands is cracking. Let's see, let's make it 1920 by 1080. All day, every day, therapist, mother, maid, and then a virgin, nurse, and a surgeon. To attend him so that he never lives. I kind of want it to be like this. An act of love, you make me do too much labor. Actually, let's have this and then this be red. Yeah, so this is going to be border, mask, and then we gotta grab BLT, Soyoung, Moira, and then me. 4/7 baby machine. Be a bad thing. You make me do too much labor. And then I forgot how I was gonna position all of these. Okay. And like this. Oh, I think I can do that manually. My brain is thinking and it hurts. Hello, Parzival. Thank you. I worked with an artist to draw all my little dudes. Like my mirror years ago. And now soon we're about to animate it so that way it's like a whole thing. I should be on the bottom though. No, I should be on top. I don't really know yet. This will be the border. Okay, I think I'll just make this the bottom for now, and then I'm going to subtract this from this. Now put this on top. And then, because these would go on top, turn these off. Turn these off, put these on top. And then put these, turn those off, put these on top. Yeah, I think I want that to look like that. Yeah, yeah. You're familiar. I think if they're gonna be this big, BLT has to be bigger. Also, his eyes need to be small. Whoa. Well, not that small. BLT, I need you to be bigger. I can't tell. Okay, you have like more of a wider face. Just like this. Yo, Elaine, how's art? And it's good. I'm just setting up a stinger for BLT and all of us together. Oh, this has to stay down there. I can't tell. I feel like I'm looking at him weird. Familiar like my mirror years ago. I think these are the same, but ooh, ooh. Boop. Just gonna put this. Yeah, I think his mouth is a little bit smaller now, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's more accurate to how he is now. Trying to figure out how big to make all of them. This BLT should, I think, ideally be bigger. And then So Young's the right side. I think Moira's a little big though. And then there's me. And I have hands. And they're gonna come up here. I think. How are you doing today, Oso? I'm sorry that I'm a bit not as talkative as I usually am. I took my medicine uber late, and now I feel like dingus. Feel a little like a dinky poo-poo. That's okay. I'm also kind of EP. Well, did you have a good day at least? I hope that you did. I hope you had a fantabulous day. Let's see, convert to curves. What is it for? People. Doing good. Had a rough morning and quit my job, my morning job with a patient. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. But I hope everything's okay now. Love the zombie look though. Thank you. You're the first person to think I look like a zombie. Wink. But thank you. Most people are like, Elaine looks like Biff, my D&D character. I'm like, valid, but also no. 540 is the middle. Yeah, winner! Yippee! But yes. But I'm sorry you had a rough morning, and I hope that it's better now. Also, I realize I need to do it like, oops. No. Like this. Technically. What? The church is buried along with her name. Oh, it's just not selected. No, it's selected. Oh, okay. You walk in the grave. We're safe. It's alright. It didn't pay that much for context. I work as a caretaker for a few patients. This one was not working out, so I quit. Hey, that's completely valid, you know? You have many other prospects that I know that you can do that'll more than likely pay you a lot more. So, and if they're not, should definitely be, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? 940, okay. Mm-hmm. 1920 by 1080 is... Oh, I don't know what the half of the other one is. Calculator. Divide 2, 960 actually. There we go. Well, don't worry. There's many people looking for a therapeutic caretaker, so this ain't a loss. Already looking on a job with someone in a hospital. Fuck yeah. Then you'll have nice resources because you'll be in a hospital. Hopefully, people will be nice at that hospital. That sounds quite cool. That sounds quite nice. Sounds very nice. I need to put these below. Hello, Crimbo. How are you doing? What's up, poppin', my friend? Let's do this one. You know, if it wants to, I forget that I just gotta do it. Nice Halloween look. Thank you, thank you. I'm whatever your heart believes I am. I've had quite a few guesses today. Only one of which, however, being correct. But doesn't mean you can't be the next one to be correct. Wink. Oh. Node tool. This one. Size. Huh? Nani. Oh, I see what's happening. No, I don't. Yes, I do. I do know what's happening. This one, remove this one, take this one. This one goes this way. Oops. Honestly, why didn't I just center point this? That's a good question, Elaine. Why didn't you just do it at a center point? Because that would be so much easier. Oops. I'm a little crazy. I'm a little crazy guy. I'm just a little guy doing little crazy things. And be like, Elaine, do you know what you're doing? Not really. Elaine, are you just hoping and praying for the best every time you do art? Yeah, mostly. That's the fun of it, I think. I think this should be like a gradient. Like this one would be blue. This one would be pink because Moira's favorite color is pink. BLT, I think, would like a nice green. Like a light green. Well, now it's kind of looking a little Power Rangers-y. Like a purple. Okay. A few things. Now that I see this, I need to be centered with my hands. There we go. Now I am centered. And now Moira needs to come up a bit more. And then Soyeon can come up a bit more. Because now we're covering everything. Moira is also not centered. Same for BLT. There we go, little guys. Westlow Findings. Welcome on in. I don't know where Westlow is, but it sounds like a cool place. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Why are these still off? Oh my god. No. Howdy, howdy. How you doing? Are you having a good day? I hope you are. Do you have any plans for Halloween? I don't currently, other than being green and playing Halloween games or spooky games. I had an idea. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do it though. Hold on. Pink fish. Cat toy felt. I need the color. Yeah, I'm chilling. Also working on his art. Found you through the Creator Club Vibe list. Fuck yeah. Well, welcome on in. I'm glad to see you here. Creator Club is amazing. We love the Creator Club. And all that they've done for us. Which is let us be in the club. And be really cool people. So. Okay, so it's that color. And then I want my favorite color, which is this one. And then, how does the green look on this? Nope, that looks terrible. Okay. I think that's a good green. And then I think Soyoung's favorite color would be purple. Thanks, Elaine. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I could do this blue and then pink. That make a good gradient, though? I don't know if that make a good gradient. Roy... The last one would be blue. And then we'd add one at 25. And then it would be green. Right? And then another one at 75, I think. That would be purple. No, it would be blue and the last one would be purple. I'm crazy. I'm crazy, Chad. I'm crazy. I don't know how colors work, apparently. What it means to reciprocate. Oh. Boop. I'm not super vibing with this like gradient because I was thinking about doing like a gradient that would like swirl into the background. But I think mayhaps not. Me thinks mayhaps not a good idea. Methinks mayhap have to do a different route. Methinks mayhaps I should focus on this first. Maybe we bring BLT up a little bit. Thank you for the check-in. Hope you enjoy hanging out here. Yeah, because this covers all the central white. Yeah. Yep. Okay, save. Stinger base. PSD export. And now let's see how it looks, shall we? Wrong one. Stinger PSD. Pop in Stinger. Register. No, add all as new arm meshes. Yahoo! Oh, I have to do so much clipping. Fuck. I forgot. Okay, there we go. Part 5. Oh, I do have the background, Pog. It's gonna be... Oh, wait, I didn't mean to delete this one. Okay, cool. Oop. Background. Mask. This is gonna be named background. This is gonna go in here. This will be turned on, but this will be turned off. This is the clipping mask for literally everything here, except for the hands, I think. So all of this. Copy. And then literally everything but pop up. We'll have this as the thing. And then to make this background more visible, I'm just gonna make it black. And then decisions. I think So Young looks pretty good as is. I think Moira and I are the only two that really need clipping masks. Lock. Nose, eye, face, but Moira. Elaine. Deformer of E. Elaine. Create. Boop, boop. Wait, what? Eye, crease, whisker, tooth, head. Okay, no, we're good. Boop. And then... Boop. Boop. This will be BLT. Hype. If you want some more hype, you can also redeem milk bean loot boxes. You get 2 a day, and you have a chance to get some pretty rare beans. Okay, there we go. Now we have So Young. Can we skip to the good part? Oh, yeah, you're showing off there, pixels. You're showing off there, pixels. This needs to go into BLT. Oops. Yeah, okay. This would be Moira. Okay, you put the boo at the bar. At the ahahaha. Okay. brain thinky hard, thinky good. Hard to the good part. It's like it's both. It's border and this one. And does it not need a comma? I thought it needed a comma. Background. Whoop. Yeah, it should be for this one, huh? Right? I am very confused. Okay, let's just put this in here then. There you go. And this one can go in here. And then I think that one's good. And then I just have to do that for my eyes. Eye shine. There you go. I'm trying to think if I animate it or I think I do. So I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. My phone buzzed. For why did you buzz my phony phone? No reason. Okay, cool. There for someone new. Full scale. Cool. All right, save as animation. And then could I? Okay, no, it is specifically for parameters. So let's create folder. Put all these in here. And then this is base parameters. And then replicate parameter. Edit. This is gonna be move Y. That's what I'm gonna call it. And then create parameter X, move X, -30, 0, 30, space, okay. And now if I do this right, move up will be here. Oh no, it's like this. Edit parameter minimum 0, 1. Okay. 0 means he's down here. And then whoop. Okay, same for me. Me go down here. It's kind of a problem, but okay. Would I have to make them separate though? I think I would. Edit parameter, move Y, BLT. Edit parameter, move Y. Elaine. Be 0, 1. Then replicate. Edit. This would be move X. No, move X Moira. Okay. And then edit parameter, move X. So young. So young. Okay. So now this one. 0 goes here. No, I want the border. Okay, so this. Okay. And then move Moira. Hers will be down here. And then So Young will move here. Oop. And then at 0, he will be... hopefully moves out? Why aren't you want to move, buddy? Why? Are you locked? No. Why won't you move? Side of me. Why don't you want to move? I don't understand. It's not locked. Why? Is something in it locked? Nothing is locked. For what reason doth it have? Do not want to do it. Foot up. Why won't it work? Sometimes I think I'm dead. Okay, let's try this. Take 2 electric boogaloo. This is So Young. Create. There we go. I don't know why the fuck that did that, but you know, we fixed it. Okay, save. Now, FTD parameters, this one. Let's do BLT first. Okay, so he's 0 here. Takes him 6 seconds to pop up. Let's do 10 seconds. Would 10 seconds be better? Yeah. And then the moment as BLT comes up, Moira takes... Oh. It takes 10, 19, 10. Oops, wrong one. I'm at the end, so let's move this one. And then the moment before Moira's done. And then this is 28. Then up. And then me. Moment. And one more moment. I'd stall for, I think, till 1 minute. And then it'll take me 10 seconds to come up too. Okay. And then if that's the case, do we want to do 6 seconds? 1, 2, 3, 6. Nope. 6. So BLT, let's hold it for 2 seconds. And then at 18, BLT goes back down. So, and then when BLT goes down, like in between, I'd say halfway, then 115. And 15. And then 1 is 21, I think. And then what am I thinking? Oh, and then when Moira is 50%, So Young will be here. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24, he'll be gone. And then I'll also take... And then when he's at 50, we'll do 1, 2, 3, 27. Okay. Seems a little quick, huh? Let me scoot it over just a little bit. Alright, how's that look? Maybe I should move it to where it's like BLTs happens. Is BLTs too fast though? A little bit. So BLT maybe needs to scoot from 6 to 8 seconds instead. A is 6 to 22, I think. So this comes, oops. This comes here. And then when he's at like 0.2 is when Moira starts coming down. And then when Moira is 0.2, 0.3 is fine. No. And then I'm at the end. So it should be better timing, I think. or they happen all at the same time, which I'm thinking is the alternative. Which I honestly might be better for a stinger. I'm not mad at it. I need to edit one thing though. I don't think BLT should be as high up as he is for the first frame. Yeah, I think that's fine. I might have to give it a few more seconds though. Wait, how many? Seconds. So that's a minute? I don't think that's a minute, right? Okay. And you're not next to me. Default one. Default one. Don't think the default matters for animation. We'll find out. It does not. Okay, how long is my stinger? Stream. Control. Next to me. Swan. Stinger. In its entirety, it's 6 seconds. If it's 30 frames per second, that's 30 times 6 frames. 30 frames per second times 6 seconds is 180 frames. So 180 frames, I think. Think that makes sense? Yeah, I think this is in seconds, which makes a lot more sense. So 2, 3. I mean, honestly, I feel like I could do it in 3, but it kind of just depends. But that's its own thing. I now have to do the tedious thing, which is make art meshes for everything. So that's gonna be a little willy wonky billy bonky. So I will do that off stream. So I will do that off stream, and we're going to go raid. Well, the person I was gonna raid is now offline, so we're going to go raid someone else. Who are we going to go raid? Oh, Kaneko's doing stuff. Let's go raid Kaneko. Kaneko's doing art. Are you dreaming? It's a late night chill stream. Fuck yeah. Ooh, Kaneko's got a new model. And I like their layout. It's very cute. So we're gonna go raid them. Thank you for hanging out with me. Happy Pokemon! Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I will be back tomorrow, and we're going to start Sally Face, and we're gonna do some art, and then we're gonna do some Sally Face is my current plan. So I hope you have a wonderful time with Kaneko. I love you guys so much. If you guys need anything from me, feel free to DM me in Discord. Otherwise, I hope you have a wonderful night, and remember, I hope you always get to do what you love. Here is the raid message. If you could use it, I'd appreciate it, because then they know where you came from. But again, you don't have to use it if you don't want to. But I love you guys.